Round 2 of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis. It was a day of bad mistakes as the world's best players started to feel the tension. Grand Chess Tour co-leader Hikaru Nakamura seemed to blow the win against Anish Giri, but the young Dutchman overlooked a brilliant defensive move and ended up losing the game, bringing Nakamura back into contention. Vachier-Lagrave got a powerful opening position against 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, but a horrible oversight by the new world number 2 caused his position to crash and burn, leaving the veteran Anand tied for first. Defending champion Aronian got nothing out of the opening against his old rival Peter Svidler, but the 7-time Russian champion made some crucial mistakes in time pressure, leaving Aronian in a familiar place atop the leaderboard. The world's top players look to raise their games to the next level. Round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup starts right now.
Welcome everyone here. I'm here in the Confessional booth where the players can come in and say what they think about their positions during the game. We had a couple players use it in the past rounds, and VL came here yesterday saying he really liked this position against Anand, but at the end of the day, he blundered very badly, and actually Anand was the one that took the game. Let me give you a little tour here outside of the booth as we go into a little kitchenette where the players have all of the refreshments and food they could want, just a little snack between moves. Behind me, of course, the beautiful playing hall. Getting ready for the 3rd round of the Sinquefield Cup. Very important for many players. Peter Svidler started with 2 losses with 2 black pieces. He finally gets white. We have 4 leaders in the tournament. They're going to be battling out. Great matchups coming up here today. Very exciting chess so far, and I expect it to continue further in many, many more rounds. For more information on today's games, we go to the studio with Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thanks, Alejandro. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Yasser, Seirawan, and I know Alejandro has better things to confess than that.
Yes, that wasn't much of a confession. Jen, it's good to be back. Round 3,
That's
getting
right.
started shortly. How are our standings?
Well, let's take a look and see where we stand after 2 rounds. Really, we see that a lot of players in contention in this tournament. Nobody has come to the fore yet with a commanding lead. Veselin Topalov, Vishy Anand, legends, American young star Wesley So, and then our defending champion Aronian, all in 1.5 out of 2.
Exactly. A nice, tight bunch. And Fabi, Ding, Hikaru, all at 50%.
That's right, all within striking distance as well. Anything can change in this round, and we have Maurice Ashley with the key matchups today.
Well, we've seen the first 2 rounds, nobody making any stands to say, I'm the dominant player in this event. As a matter of fact, yesterday there were quite a few mistakes, so the players will look to stabilize themselves in round 3, and maybe someone will emerge as a star. We're definitely looking for that breakout game. Well, will it be this one? First of all, a big matchup between 2 of the co-leaders, Wesley So, who happens to also be the co-leader of the Grand Chess Tour. He was a little bit lucky yesterday against Liren, but nevertheless, he has 1.5, and he's playing against the defending champ, Aronian, who knows a thing or two about winning a Sinquefield Cup. He is sitting pretty at 1.5 as well. This should be an interesting matchup. And another one that we definitely want to keep our eye on is this one. Well, anytime the 5-time world champion is playing, you want to pay attention to Vishy Anand, but he has a terrible record against Hikaru Nakamura, having won only once and lost 7 times. And Hikaru has been dominating him with the black pieces. So Vishy Anand is going to have to be very careful. Hikaru bouncing back with a win yesterday, and he is a co-leader of the Grand Chess Tour as well. So this should be a scintillating matchup as the players will try to make a move. We see Anish Giri, who needs to do something after his loss yesterday against Liren, who's been playing very solidly. Veselin Topalov against Vachier-Lagrave. That should be an interesting matchup. And Peter Svidler looking to get off the schneid against Fabiano Caruana. All these matchups should be interesting as we go into round 3. It should be an exciting day.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, I must say that we've actually reached a milestone that a lot of people may be unaware of. This is our 999th uploaded broadcast on YouTube. And later this evening, there'll be a 1,000th broadcast as they show some of the highlights and maybe even a little of the spills that we've experienced on some of our broadcasts. So it should be a very fun one, and congratulations to all for reaching such a milestone.
That's right, Ben Simon at the Chess Club, very active in our YouTube channel. It's really fantastic to see, and of course you should subscribe if you haven't already.
Please do.
There are so many free hour-long lectures there, and if you ever missed a broadcast of any of the Grand Chess Tour events or U.S. Chess Championships, wow, you must have had a hot date, but you can actually replay them all.
Right, they're all archived, and millions of downloads, so please enjoy yourselves.
And we've got the players arriving here. It seems like players are in a good mood. We've got the pacing, chess players, very well known for thinking and walking, even during the games, but especially before the games.
I've often been asked, Yasser, are you nervous before a game? And the answer is absolutely yes. Always those butterflies in the tummy, but literally after 5-10 minutes of play, you're getting into the zone of playing. That all disappears. But if you're not nervous before a game, it's because you're not awake.
And we've got Maurice with some more predictions for today.
Well, I was just thinking about what you just said, Yaz, about nervousness. And there are a couple of players in the field right now I think have to be very nervous. First of all, I would think that Peter Svidler, he's trying to keep that game face on. You see him doing his traditional pacing back and forth as we see Vasily Topalov on the screen right there. Peter Svidler is 0-2 in the tournament. And you know when you start losing games, the other players are like sharks and they smell blood in the water. And they think, wait a minute, this is the guy I want to come after, and maybe he's the weak one. He's the point where we're going to get our points from. So Svidler has to be extremely careful because the players are going to come after him. And we'll see whether or not he can fight back today when he finally gets the white pieces. And those white pieces should be very important as he's playing against Fabiano Caruana, who's no joke. And you know Fabi could knock you out very easily. Another player I think has to be a big concern is Anish Giri. He's a player I've noticed when his confidence gets rocked, he loses a game, he doesn't seem to come back. I don't see a lot of bounce back in Anish. He loses and he tends to sort of either stabilize at draws or he continues to lose. So he has to show something today. I think it's an important round for him as he's getting the white pieces against Ding Liren, who drew 2 games with white to start off the tournament so far, now finally gets black. We'll see whether or not Anish can put some pressure on him and maybe bounce back in the event.
Thank you, Maurice. And yes, for especially just what you were saying, there's not been a clear emerging tournament leader, but when you see somebody with an 0-2 start, they're definitely the person they're going to target. And let's just take a look at the tour point standings after 2 events. These point totals do not include Sinquefield, that they will be included at the end of the event. And after 2 events, we do see the 2-way tie that we've been discussing between Hikaru and Wesley.
That's right. So a big distance between Wesley and Nakamura and the rest of the field at this moment. But remember, a lot's going to change because not only do we have 2 more events, but you also get to drop your worst score. So more important to do really well than to have events where you get a solid +1, for instance.
Indeed.
And we see Fabi and Vishy seeming to have a pleasant conversation now as the games are about to get underway. Anand has a really bad score against Nakamura, as mentioned previously, and it's going to be interesting to see how he plays today against Naka. They've seen a lot of Roy Lopez's, a lot of Berlins,
yes,
but there's also been some other openings that have crept up here and there. And do you think Naka is going to go for E5 or if he's going to switch it up?
Yeah, I think especially when you're playing against somebody that you have a very good record against, you tend to feel that you can take a little liberty with the black pieces. And if we do see E4 by Vishy, I wouldn't be surprised at all by a Najdorf. for example, from Hikaru Nakamura.
That's right. I mean, he has played different openings, especially in Blitz and Rapid. He even played the Aliekin line in a Blitz game.
Really? Wow. Okay.
He actually lost that one, though.
Okay.
I somehow I don't think that we're going to see that.
Alekai, no.
I mean, obviously, the betting choice is with E5. You got to go with the double Kim Pong. But if you are going to go with an outside choice, I agree with you. I think it'll be a Sicilian. And that would be fun to see.
Exactly. And again, the players getting set up. Beautiful pieces. I keep mentioning it only because I'm a chess set collector myself.
Oh, late arriving Navon, and are the red pants back? No.
But the nice golden yellow shirt there.
Yeah, exactly. I like Hikaru's purple shirt though, or whatever color that is, like a kind of a purple blue.
By the way, very handsome blazers that the players are wearing. Those are the Grand Chess Tour blazers. They're not obliged, but it's nice to see the players in them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we do have E4, by
They're
the way.
nice.
And now, the key, crucial, will we see a Najdorf?
Or will we
C5.
see double king pawn and perhaps Berlin or maybe some other type of roy?
Quick, make your prediction.
I'm going to say
E5
E5.
or C5?
I'm going to say E5, but there it is.
Yes, C5.
I'm happy.
I was waiting for you to return the question so I could have played. So I could.
Of course, you say that now.
Right, right.
but this is one of those situations where you're very happy to be wrong.
Yes.
Because this shows that Nakamura really is going for it. You know, he was happy with his play yesterday. Mm-hmm. I would say it's kind of unusual because Nakamura tends to be kind of down on himself or understate his skill. Not his skill, but like if you a lot of times he's like, yeah, I didn't play very well, even after winning. Whereas he was really happy with his play yesterday, and in round one he actually wasn't even that hard on himself. So he's feeling confident with his play, even though he has par for the course, 1-1. Yes. And now, what kind of Sicilian? Is it going to be a Najdorf, as you predicted?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
There is no doubt in your mind about that.
No. Now, White has tried just about everything in this position, from bishop c4 to bishop e3 to f3 to bishop e2, and he's played h2, h3. Vishy has, and that's actually quite topical these days. And very quickly, e5. Let me just bring that up on my board. Oops, I don't have any moves yet.
And they're definitely trouncing out the moves here. And Nakamura has just played the move h5. It seems like Vishy is not particularly surprised. Probably not his number one option that Naka would play, but certainly in the top 3 or 4, I bet.
Yes, for sure. So, okay, at the moment, I'm not having my system updating, and unfortunately, players are playing very quickly.
Well, we can see the position playing out right now on the camera, at least. So while we get that updated for you, you can follow the opening moves on our beautiful camera here, and we also see that it is a Sunday at the club, so lots of young fans watching this game from the front row. You can join them, of course. Come on down to the St. Louis Chess Club, where you can also experience a live commentary by Robert Hess and Ben Feingold at the Hall of Fame, and by Alejandro Ramirez and Eric Hansen over at the Kingside Diner.
By the way, Jen, today at the Kingside Diner at 7, there's a very special trivia contest that will be taking place, and the winner of the trivia contest is going to get a round-trip air ticket from anywhere in the world to come to St. Louis for a 2-day period, free hotel as well.
Wow.
So if you're in town and you're a trivia hound.
And if you're from Dubai or Siberia, you're really getting your good value here.
Right, exactly. So do make an effort to come to the Kingside Diner.
That's actually Who Wants to Be a Chess Millionaire. And
that's the name of the trivia?
I'm pretty sure it's emceed by Aviv Friedman and perhaps one other person, but we can get more details for you that on as the show continues. As for Who Wants to Be a Chess Millionaire, I feel like most of the chess millionaires are right up there in the boardroom, right?
Good point. Good point indeed. Yeah, and we see, well, the players are really playing very quickly. Also, another Najdorf going on in the game
very
between.
topical line.
Yes, what we saw earlier in the tournament.
With the game with Anish and Maxime.
Exactly. Veselin Topalov, who had the very best chance of all the players in the field to start with 2-0. Fabi getting very fortunate to save the round 2 game. Veselin Topalov playing very quickly, quite confidently, as he's prepared the same line as did Anish against MVL.
Had a very good position,
Indeed
so
he did.
perhaps Veselin was impressed by the game and is giving Maxime the question, how are you going to play differently in this case?
Very good.
And it looks like we are getting the moves now.
Very nice. My board is working wonderfully. Shout out to Leonard Oates for helping with that one.
Yeah, he takes great photographs, and he also has some other technical abilities. This opening not as exciting, but I find that these Roy Lopez's often get interesting around move 20 to 30. So it's nice to have this on dock as well.
Exactly.
Wesley So playing. It's not a Roy Lopez actually, but
Bishop C4, Choco Piano.
Yeah, a Joko piano with Bishop C4 with a lot of the same properties as you see in a typical Roy Lopez.
Exactly. All right, well, let's just jump in on my screen here, and we'll take a look at what happened between Vishy Anand and Hikaru Nakamura. As we've been talking about, it was an open Sicilian, a Najdorf, and after knight f6, knight c3, a6, h3, again, quite topical amongst the top players, e5, knight drop back to e2. The starting position, one would say, of the Najdorf is this one. H2, H3. So the idea, what is the idea of this quiet little pawn move? Well, actually, it's preparing this very aggressive advance, G4, G5, in order to knock this knight on F6 out of his very good defensive position and to start a kingside attack.
And for the same reason, Rook G1 actually enjoyed a surge of popularity
some
years ago.
Yeah, Alexander Chevalier. Yeah.
The possibility of castling.
That's a very committal move. Your king is now almost certainly going long. But the idea of Rook G1, very similarly, is aspiring to advance the G-pawn. H3, E5, knight E2, H5. Again, a very topical move for black, as he just says, no, I do not want to see this advance G4, and I'll take a tempo to prevent it. Knight D5. Okay, this is a bit of a surprise for me. This early thrust into the center seems more of a waste of time in my view. I think G3 and Bishop G2 has been the overwhelming choice, but let's take a look at what maybe the five-time world champion Anand has prepared.
I think he had this concept of the superfluous knight that he would put a knight on D5 and get rid of a pair.
Exactly.
And really, D5 is by far the best square for the knight, so why have two knights when you really just want one on D5?
That seems to be the idea.
But it's slow.
But it's slow. Definitely. Bishop E6 developing, knight C3, knight E7. Again, it's so far the battle has been all about the D5 square. And with this move, knight E7, Hikaru's feinting that, well, he's ready to play D6, D5, liquidate his backward pawn, and then have no problems whatsoever.
So maybe Vishy will take the time to tickle the pawn on H5.
Yeah, something like
stick
Bishop
his bishop on
E2.
F3.
Bishop E2, like you say, a little tickle over here. Now, here's where you might be feeling a little bit rambunctious. Instead of either advancing the pawn or defending the pawn.
Play it anyway.
How about D6, D5? Just inviting white to snap off this pawn.
I like it because at the end of the variation, well, taking right away, sure.
If you take right away, the concept was just to advance, and now...
the square I'd like to go E2 is not accessible because then you would simply take my bishop on H5.
Precisely. That's right. You'd leave your bishop on pre because the knight blocks the queen's defense of the bishop. So knight has to go back to B. Now this is an interesting pawn sacrifice. As black, I like the space, I like the development, and this bishop, you still have to figure, is it worth a pawn or not? Black's got an early initiative, but a pawn's a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn, and also I did have some other possibilities. Instead of taking immediately, we could have taken on D5, although I think those would have ended up even more promising for black. Because if knight takes D5, if we try to grab the pawn now, you're getting the chance to to hurt our pawns,
Right.
or even consider bishop b4 also a possibility.
I like just simply doubling up these pawns because they're so vulnerable here, sitting on c3 and c2. I think this is very good compensation.
And note that you don't have time to interpolate queen takes d8, rook takes d8, takes on c3, because then your bishop would be hanging.
Yeah, we keep hanging our, whoops.
So instead, you're giving me the opportunity to eschew the trade of queens with queen c7, and then black's going to be extremely happy.
Exactly.
So I think it is the case that if we are going to be greedy, we have to take the pawn right away. And of course, if we take twice, then you take with the bishop, and after bishop h5, g2 hang. So that's not good either.
Sorry.
If we take twice on d5,
clearly, takes, knight takes.
You can simply take with the bishop.
Either
well, yeah,
bishop
either.
or queen.
But if you take, the problem is g2 is hanging.
Right.
So.
Yes. Just to show what Jen is mentioning is, oops, we don't want to lose that guy. That guy's very important.
So did Vishy play a different move? It looks like he just played bishop d3 instead. So he has kind of got another concept that I've seen from the camera angle. It looks like he played bishop d3. So he's saying, like, definitely take the d5 square because it's going to be hard for you to castle now with that h5 pawn, and my bishop will be well situated.
Right. Essentially, he's saying he's prepared to allow black to occupy the center, if you will, with d6, d5, castles, and if you continue, then this bishop on d3 is actually pretty nicely placed, and with knight e2 and f4, now you'll have regrets that you advanced your h pawn to h5 so early. Intriguing concept. I'm going to ask Maurice if,
he's got thoughts on another game, actually.
Oh, sorry, he's on another
The other Najdorf.
The other Najdorf.
It's good when we
Yes,
can say.
He's certainly paying attention to this other Najdorf here because Vasily Topalov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave just blitzed out these moves. It's the reality of modern-day theory that you can go 20. This is move 20, 21, 22. Now, here on move 21, all those moves deep, just memorized by the players, of course. And now the new wrinkle, rook to g2. We saw Anish play rook to d2 in the other game. This move, rook to g2 instead, a nuance by Vasily, and immediately bishop to h3. I mean, virtually immediately, this decision by MVL to play this move, and now suddenly the rook appears on d2, and after the trade, who could tell? Who could tell which rook ended up on d2? You wouldn't have been able to know. But he has gotten rid of this light square bishop. Is this good for black to do? Because he does weaken this square somewhat, and it's clear that white's pawn structure favors the domination on the light squares. He's going to double rooks quite soon. We did see the c3 idea happen in the game very slowly in the game with Anish. And it looks like he's going to be able to do it here as well, is Vasily. So what makes this position so appetizing, so tantalizing for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave? Of course, he is a born and bred Najdorf player. You're not chasing him out of the Najdorf. You're not chasing him out of his main line. So he's being stubborn and saying, I am playing this no matter what. You come up with your novelties if you like. I'm going to come up with some new ideas myself. But this one, I don't know. It looks a little bit suspicious. That trade of light square bishops, it seems like he needed that bishop. And just optically, to me, even though the engines are saying it's only of a smidgen of an advantage for white, it feels like it's a real advantage, though. Maybe it's not much for white to play for, but I don't think black has any winning chances in this kind of position. And with c3 coming quite soon, black might find himself in long-term difficulties in this position.
Yeah, well, that's what chess is all about, a battle of ideas. And I'll just say that from black's point of view, first of all, I think the position is more than playable. You're right. The trade of light square bishops, Maurice, has definitely taken away the two bishops' edge. But that bishop on f1 was doing, it's very disturbing for black when that pawn on a6 is a constant liability. The trade of light square bishops means that black, for his part, can consider ideas like queen e7, e6, activating the queen, ready to go to h3, disturbing the broken pawns on the king side on the one hand, and also just eyeballing the pawn on a2. To my mind, it feels more even than an edge for white, but, well, we'll see. And I think that who has prepared this position better is going to be a big question. Again, the players moving so quickly, this is their homework.
Yeah, but you know, that's an interesting phrase you use there, who has prepared this position better. A lot of times when players prepare opening theory, you are checking all the lines, a lot of the lines. This line, I don't want to play this because it might be a mistake positionally. And you memorize quite a bit of ideas, quite a number of moves, actually. This one is about plans. This one's about ideas. This one's about how is this play going to proceed? And a lot of it, too, is about simple assessment. It's more an argument of what do you think about the position? And if you ask them, I think Vasily might say, well, you know, I think I'm better. I think I'm a little bit better here. And it's going to just be a long-term advantage for me. While MVL will probably say, I don't think you're really that much better here. And we're just going to play chess. So a lot of times the preparation is just you have to stop somewhere. And you'll stop and you look at it and say, this is what I think about the position. We didn't analyze it too deeply at home in my second. We just looked at it and said, this is good for white, or this is fine for black. And they just stop. And so it's more, to me, less about preparation and concrete moves, this position, than it is about assessing it and saying, if I get this position on the board, I think I'm going to be okay playing it.
Okay.
That's right. Well, it's always a combination between tactics and evaluation at this level, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, I'm just thinking that from Black's point of view, you know, he starts as the underdog, if you will. He moves second. And I don't see this as being that big an advantage. For example, let me just play another move. Suppose I play Queen C7, tripling on the C file, inviting a traitor queen. Let's just and Rook D1. So you're eyeballing my backward pawn on D6, and let's say I go King over to F8, showing my willingness to trade my D pawn for your C2 pawn. And if you make a move like C3, just to continue this line of thought, I always thought that, like I'm a hedgehog player, I always thought in positions where I get my king nicely centralized and I'm defending my one weakness in the position, in this case, the pawn on D6, I've always felt very comfortable in such positions myself.
Yeah, well, that's the saying that endgames in the Sicilian are usually not to be super feared, but it does look like Maxime's played another queen move.
I like Queen E6 to keep all three results alive. I thought Queen C7 was a move that kind of deadens a position.
Worst case scenario, but you know, I gotta love a round in the Sinquefield Cup where we refer to the other Najdorf.
Yes,
instead of the other Berlin.
Chess is going.
No other Berlin.
It's definitely happening. And Maurice,
may I point out, I might have to take back what I said. Okay. Maybe they're still in preparation, because when Queen E6 appeared on the board, Vasily, without any thought whatsoever, played this very paradoxical-looking move, Rook from F1 to F2. That doesn't look like a move you just whip out after the guy plays Queen E6 and you say, looks like I should play Rook F2 right now. That's a strange-looking move for sure. It is actually the engine's very first choice, which makes you smell a rat, that he still is, in fact, in his preparation. And this move solidifying this second rank overprotection a la Nimzovich. We know you love Nimzovich, Yasser.
Yeah.
Well, I say that tongue in cheek, of course. C2 is protected, H2 is protected, and a very interesting idea now for white is, again, this King B1 idea, and weirdly, the engines give this Rook back to D1 as an idea too, which just is too hyper crazy futuristic chess for me. But nevertheless, the Rook, this move, Rook F2, certainly is not a move you just sit there and figure out after the guy plays Queen E6 by yourself really quickly. So clearly he is indeed still in his preparation, is Vasily. I should point out that there is one small thing that black has to be careful for. When you play Queen C7, the possibility of this happening on the board, a possible B3, this plan of potentially putting the pawn on C4, you have to be very wary of that. Is going to be a massive clamp down in the position, giving white this 3-on-1 on this side. This pawn is weak forever. This bishop looking to maneuver maybe to the A3 square, or at least along this diagonal. There could be some pressure that black comes under with a queen exchange. I think that this is what the assessment is for white here, that the end game is going to favor him, the bishop, the weak pawn on D6, the weak pawn on A6. and maybe he'll get something. Of course, it's not a big edge. It's nothing that you're jumping up and down about. But again, it's one of those things that slowly but surely, if you're not careful with black and identify where your source of counterplay is, you could end up in trouble.
That gives me an idea. Where's the first person jumping up and down, the first person to go in the confessional booth and just do some squats? I need to stretch out a little, yeah.
Push-ups is the theme here.
Push-ups. Wasn't there a challenge that was supposed to be
Oh,
on?
yes, and it is on. Trust me.
Okay.
That'll be coming in the second half.
Okay, I won't be participating this time, but...
Oh, you'll be missed.
Yes. I did want to point out about that variation that Maurice was mentioning, that I feel like a lot of times B3 we have rook C3. I agree,
Right.
we don't want to let C4 come. That really disrupts some of our counterplay. And I'd also like to point out that you can call us and give us your questions about the games or chess in general, the players. We love to hear from you. We've been getting some great questions. We also have some great players tweeting in at us. We've had Rajabov, Kasparov join the Twitter. So more tweets is always welcome. We've got Grandmaster Christian Chirila, who just got into town, and
Right.
he says that he's in St. Louis for the Sinquefield Cup, and it's time to watch the big boys do some damage on the chessboard.
Absolutely.
We've also got Tatev Abrahamian, who's tweeting for the Grand Chess Tour and also tweeting selfies from the Sinquefield Cup on her personal account. So highly recommended. And we've got Keaton Lambert, who asks, how important is blindfold chess for a player's development? Any advice on learning how to play blindfold? Well, I think it really runs the gamut. There are players who love blindfold for training. Everybody has to do some blindfold chess in a sense, because they're looking
calculating variations, right?
So you need to be able to visualize. But
Definitely.
to actually train and play blindfold games, it's definitely not essential.
Right.
There's lots of players who've gotten really good at chess and don't play blindfold exhibitions, like, for instance, Timur Graev.
He came out of nowhere, and he's a blindfold king.
That's right. He is blindfold king. And then at the same time, I've also heard a Karpov quote where he says that he just doesn't like blindfold chess. He doesn't play it.
Right. It's very, very strains the mind, I want to say. The two best before Timur showed up in the United States, in my opinion, were Larry Christensen and Ben Feingold. Ben Feingold oftentimes did several board blindfold exhibition here at the club, and I know Larry Christensen was very gifted. Speaking for myself, I've never really stressed blindfold, but definitely the ability to visualize is crucial.
Yeah, I've always hated blindfold, but recently I've actually gotten a little bit more into it, because sometimes it's fun to, you know, if you're do a chess simul at an event and you do the same thing, and sometimes you want to like just expand your repertoire, if you will, like give them something else that you can do.
Right.
And so I started to do it. It's really hard though, but it's actually good. It's good for your brain. It's like.
Oh, you feel it.
Yeah.
You definitely, at the end of an exhibition, is really, really, really tough.
You can't autopilot.
You're drained. By the way, I just wanted to say that Hikaru did break out with that move d6, d5 in his game with Vishy, but we have a phone call.
That's right. Welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. How are you? Welcome.
I'm John Cordisto from upstate New York. Hello, Maurice, Jen, and Yas.
Hello, John.
I wanted to mention I've watched literally probably thousands of commentaries in Chess Online, and I got to tell you for real, you guys are the gold standard.
Oh.
I think anybody that does Chess Online should watch you guys do it. The club as well is the gold standard. Good thing I don't live in St. Louis, because I'll probably be spending all my time with the chess club instead of my business, my personal life. But I just wanted to tell you guys, I'm usually a pretty critical guy as a rule, but you guys are definitely the gold standard. Anybody wants to do any telecast like this, watch your videos, and that's the way to do it.
Well, thank you. Did you have a question, though, John?
Well, just wanted to, the question more or less, I wish that everybody would do chess tournaments like this online to the standards that you guys have, and that's not basically, not so much a question, but just a comment.
I love it.
Well, thank you. All compliments gratefully accepted. Definitely.
Yes,
Thank you, John.
Yeah, we don't need a question when the compliment comes,
Just
comes that strong.
That's
but,
right.
Thank you very much, John. We really do appreciate it. A lot of work, of course, goes into this. It's not just the three of us, as you know. There's Spectrum Studios and just a whole team of graphics and directors.
A big team, and those beautiful, those beautiful graphics that you see. That takes a lot of work in all of our materials. That well, we have a lot of people, and shout out to Aviv, of course, for keeping us up to date with all of the how the players match up. So when we get here, we know the stats. By the way, just breaking for a second, a big development in the game between Wesley So and Aronian. Big material imbalance. 2 pieces for a rook has just occurred in that game. And Levon took a very different approach in this extremely old Joko piano.
Fascinating.
I'm going to pass it over to Maurice, because, Maurice, you have some things to share.
Absolutely. And so a sharp line here. And it's interesting because this has never been seen before, at least in our database. This position was quiet until the move h6 appeared on the board, and as soon as it did, now taking the opportunity to play the move d4, attacking the bishop dropped back to b6, and after this capture on e5, knight takes e4, bishop to d5, all these moves have been seen before. Now the traditional move in this position is knight to c5, no question about it. That's the move that has been played 4 times. We even had Gelfand, who plays d4 normally on the white side of this position. But knight to c5 is the main move. Instead, as we jump to the game position, instead, he did block knight takes on f2. That's a new move. The engines, however, approve this move and give it as the first choice over knight to c5. So clearly he had done his homework, did Levon, and after rook takes, now again the engine's first choice, d6. So he's not just guessing right now. He's playing a variation that he has seen before in his homework. Again, we're talking about preparation. We're talking concrete moves here. And the move d6 is on the board. So Wesley must have at least looked at this line, because you glance at it, you think the 2 pieces for the rook, sure. But do you look at it really closely to say, well, if everybody else played knight c5, then probably knight f2 is not that big a deal. Levon's saying, I'm going to try this one. The engine's pointed it out. Let's take a good look. We'll see how well prepared he is. And he's definitely gotten Grandmaster So thinking right now about, did I fall into this Armenian trap?
Well, let's just continue with a very forcing line. After his move d7, d6, personally, I like the 2 pieces, especially as I'm still in a very early middle game, or even opening. So let's just imagine I capture. Bishop takes c6, takes on c6. I develop bishop f4, and I think to myself, oh, this is really nice. I'm ready to go knight e2, knight b1 to d2. And suddenly, ooh, wait a minute, be careful. d6 takes e5, and if I trade queens, oops, queen takes d8, rook takes d8, suddenly my bishop is hanging and I'm facing a back rank mate, which means the move bishop f4 is actually misplaced. I'm going to have to take on d6. e5 takes d6. I am assuming c7 takes d6, and only now will I develop my bishop f4. So I've got 2 minor pieces. I'm always anticipating this. You can capture my rook. But in this case, the problem is bishop takes f2, king takes f2, and queen b6. Check, the old double attack. So
Getting a little bit of more pawns. And
right.
Yeah, once you get to 3.
Well, no. Then I'm very, very unhappy. So there are issues here that Wesley's going to have to solve. It's not just simply 2 pieces for rook and pawn.
Right,
Is
because
what
I'm
saying.
always telling my students that generally in the middle game, that exchange is very favorable for the 2 pieces. So
yes.
I better be careful showing them this game.
But
But
careful.
there are always exceptions to every rule.
Exactly.
And we do have another phone call. So welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from and your question.
Hello,
This is Daniel from Laredo, Texas. First of all, I want to thank Yasser, because your videos have helped me so much throughout the past months. I went from a 900, and I've only been playing rated for 4 months, and I am at 1175. So thank you for that very much, for your videos, for your love for chess. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And my question is, I see this amazing games, and they're so cool, so awesome. But one question, is how come you don't see the French defense so much in the elite tournaments today like you would back then? I remember back then it was, somewhat popular, but how come you don't see it that much today in the elite tournaments? And thank you, and I'll await your answer.
Yeah, so we got 2 Sicilians today, and you're complaining about there being no French. Hey, there was a French in round 1, though.
Exactly, and then that was when Vishy ducked the mainline winner question and did not play e5, but played e takes d5.
Partly because he wasn't as sharp on the lines, because, as the caller mentioned, it's not as frequent a guest.
Exactly. Well, my answer to the caller's question is really one of fashion. I've been around long enough to see that at one time, Sicilian, for example, Sveshnikovs were all the rage, or French defenses were all the rage. Even there was a period when everybody seemed to be playing the Benko Gambit, for example, and it just, fashion changes, and it's not like because any particular line has been refuted or something like that, but you see sometimes everybody's playing a Grunfeld and then nobody's playing Grun. Then everybody's playing a King's Indian, nobody's playing King's Indian. Everybody's playing a Queen's Indian, then they're all playing Queen's Gambit declines, and so forth and so on. It's just the way the fashion evolves and develops. And very much today, as we're seeing in the game of Levon Aronian, the computer has made such an enormous difference. And the computer helps the players as they investigate, like these side variations. And so we're seeing in the game of Wesley So and Levon Aronian, this position has not been played that frequently, but thanks to the computer and its advice as a number 1 move, the players start to really investigate positions. And even if you look at the game of Topalov today, that move Rook F1, F2 is very paradoxical, quite confounding. And then Maurice says, well, it's the number 1 choice of the alien intelligence. So computers have really had an impact on the player's choice of openings as well.
Yeah, I'd agree, and that definitely trickles down to the amateur levels. As you see players copying, and that's not a bad thing. They like to imitate their favorite players.
Absolutely.
And any opening is good at the amateur level if you're passionate about it and you have prepared it better than your opponent.
Clear.
And we've got a lot of tweets coming in as well. Speaking of fashion, Genghis Clown says that he likes my new hairstyle. Whereas another Twitter, who's just an egg, says to take the hair off of my face. So you can't please everyone all of the time.
Don't be hating.
you got to choose either the French or the Neidorf. Right. You can't play them both at the same time.
Exactly.
And we've got another caller. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Hi. My question is for both of you concerning all players. Why aren't we seeing more Knight F3? By the way, my name is Sam. I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Hi, Sam from LA. So Knight F3, very flexible opening move, made really popular by Vladimir Kramnik, as he likes to play Catalans, but get into a Catalan from a specific north move order, Queen's Gambit declines, and so forth. On the other hand, Knight F3, well, yeah, it does, it commits, and there's lots of lines in the Queen's Gambit decline, for example, where you don't want to play the move Knight F3. It does invite a Dutch, because again, the Knight is committed to F3. Stylistic matchups would be my answer to that one.
Knight F3 is a very tricky move, especially if you're playing at the level. I would say at the really beginning level, it probably doesn't matter that much. But if you get towards around 2000, you can really confuse your opponents by playing Knight F3, especially if they play the Dimso or the Grunfeld, because those moves are not so easy. Those systems are not so easy to play against Knight F3. So it can be a nice little tricky.
Right.
Although sometimes it interferes, as you were saying, with some of the the considered best lines against certain openings, like in the Queen's Gambit decline. So it's a real give and take. But if you've thought about it a lot and your opponent hasn't, then you're really starting with a leg up in the beginning of the game.
Right. It's a good strategic opening repertoire, and it was actually very funny. For me, as a beginning player, I just lost so many of my games. It was terrible, and oftentimes I got my king checkmated until I developed what I called the fortress variation, and my three opening moves were knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and castles. So even though I lost a lot of games, I would lose them later in the game. I wouldn't get checkmated so very early. So I like knight f3, g3, bishop g2. Recommend it very, very strongly for beginning players.
Really, do you?
Yeah,
that's
very,
good to hear.
very strongly.
Because I'm teaching a student of mine. I have a new student, and he just seems to kind of jive with playing d4 on the first move.
Okay.
And normally I teach my beginning students e4 because it's a classical move. But this guy just seems to like it.
Right.
So my philosophy is, hey, if they like it, go with it.
Right.
But I've gotten some criticism. People are like, you should always teach the beginners e4. So it's good to hear that you don't agree with that.
Right, and I actually would reverse that and say that e4 is like the worst beginning move because there's the worst. Just because I think for a lot of beginning players, they will fall victim to people who have specialized in a particular defense, whether it be an Alekhine or a French or a Carl. When you play one e4, you've got so much theory that you have to be responsibly able to to get an advantage against. Knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and as Hikaru said yesterday, pure chess. Just play chess.
Interesting idea. I mean, I think the counter argument to that is that a lot of people are going to end up playing e4 anyway, so why not
just get them to play e4?
Start learning some of those lines right away.
Well, you got to learn a lot first before you can play e4 with a lot of confidence. I just want to go again back to the game of Wesley So for a second.
We did get a tweet about that actually from Mike Klein over at chess.com, and he says that a similar knight takes f2 shocker was played brilliantly by new African champion I am Abdul Raham in late July. So,
in this exact
variation, he said it was a slightly different, but kind of the same concept.
Well, again, you see these types of sacrifices, whether they occur on f2 or f7, two pieces for the rook. And let me just take one more look at this because I realized that I actually had erred. After bishop takes e6, d takes c6, takes on d6, you actually have to take on f2 right away. The point is now, having captured, I could block the diagonal with the move knight d4, but I'm allowing d6 takes e5, and oops, the knight's not going to stay on d4 for long. So let me take, and force bishop takes f2. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, something incredible just happened in the game between Topalov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I'm just stunned. Funny thing is, in this position, after queen to h3, the queen is sitting on h3. It is eyeballing this pawn. It's creating some pressure. And when in this position, I was thinking, I wonder if this rook ever moves, if I could sack on c2. I just fantasizing. Of course, the rook's not going to move. He's not going to give me any chance to make the sacrifice happen. And so, okay, whatever. But it just flashed in my head. And then all of a sudden, this move, rook d3, appears on the board, and now black has two ways to do this. I see one way pretty quickly, but the engine's saying there's even a better way. The move rook c2 is possible right now, distracting this rook. Suddenly you just grab a pawn, and after rook takes, now comes the check, and your rook on d3 is hanging, and after the only move, bishop to c1, queen takes d3, and black has simply pocketed a pawn. The queen has to come back and allow further trades, and black is up material, period. Rook c2 is in the position. Rook d3 looks like a terrible howler. Now, the engine prefers d5. I haven't investigated this move yet. d5 first, and then after captures, now rook takes on c2. Let's just follow the same line. Queen check on f1, bishop back to c1. Queen takes d3. I guess the fact is you also remove this weakness on d6, so now you're going to trade off and get the d5 pawn as well after this queen has to hightail it back out of here. Matter of fact, in this position, the engines are even saying, we'll just keep this pin and make you suffer for a while with the threat of knight takes on the board. Pretty sharp line with d6 occurring, but nevertheless, either go crazy or play simple chess. Black now has the shot Rook takes c2, just a simple, plain oversight by Vasily Topalov, and he could really end up in real trouble in this position.
Wow, that's a stunning oversight, because in fact there's no tactics other than this Rook c2. So to allow this shot,
I guess.
yeah,
Knight e4 was perhaps,
or Knight g4 or something.
Yeah,
but
that's
to
what
allow
he was
this
trying to worry
shot.
about that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you mean like you can't, as soon as you play Rook d3, you have to check Rook c2.
Of
right?
course.
Yeah.
Yes, because of the queen on h3 eyeballing the f1 check. Let's just take a look at how that developed. My goodness, that is a. We're talking about great preparation and everything. So we had reached this position when this paradoxical move, Rook f2, Rook f1, f2, just refortifying everything, protecting f3, h2, c2 was played. h7, h6, making luft and just preventing a possible bishop g5. King b1, all of these moves played very quickly. Now with queen h3, black is eyeballing an opportunity to take this pawn on e4 or to play knight g4, thanks to the fact that this bishop was hanging. There's a lot of ways, I'm assuming, that white could have answered these threats. One way was, for example, queen a3, just to defend this bishop on c3, bishop on e3. Probably without really thinking too carefully about it, Rook d2 to d3 was played by Veselin Topalov. Veselin, in his mind's eye, just said, oh, this pawn on c2 is adequately protected, but the shot, oops, wrong way, Rook takes c2 is now playable, because after what Maurice just showed, Rook takes c2, Queen f1 check is picking up this Rook on d3, snipping a pawn, and that's
shocking.
Shocking.
It really is.
Like, whoa, jaw-dropping, just a hallucination, a blackout. I don't even know how to describe this. Another word we use in chess is embarrassing.
This is just like, it's really sad. I mean, I do sometimes think that because spectators and commentators have engine analysis, we sometimes overstate it when they make errors. Like, remember yesterday when Nakamura, he went for the endgame rather than
as opposed to taking all the material, allowing his king to be checked.
But, you can really, especially if you turn off your engines, you can really relate to that. There's a lot of scariness going on. So that is totally understandable, like so-called blunders. Like, but this one actually is like really shocking. Because also the material is so reduced and so much time on the clock.
Right.
And it's like basically the first real move of the game because the rest is preparation.
Indeed.
Shocking. And we have a confession that is related to this very conversation.
So, my game is fun, but I'm not sure if Topalov just blundered Rook takes c2. It looks like it wins on the spot. It's bizarre because it's such a simple tactic. But I'm not sure what white can do after that. If take queen f1. So it would be strange to lose a game within like the first half hour with white. I just can't see a single response for white after that. Yeah.
Everybody was confused there, definitely. Oh my goodness! And
that's not a good sign if Fabiano is just glancing at the board and instantly sees it. It's like, whoa.
But I saw it before Rook d3. I saw the idea of Rook c2 just in the fantasy, right? And I was just thinking, oh, maybe someday that queen on h3 could do something. I didn't know you would like help the tactic to happen and play the move Rook to d3. I mean, that's just crazy. And then the thing is, it's MVL that we really have to check out, because MVL saw this Rook c2 in a second. There's no question. He sees the move, and he's got to be wondering, the guy prepared all of this to this point. What gives? Right. What am I missing? What deep endgame formation am I overlooking? Some kind of bind? come on, rook c2, he would do him blitz. And he's staring at it, and he's uncomfortable. And look at Vasilian. He's just sitting there still as ever. I'm pretty sure he sees it now as well. And is he trying to bluff, or what is the situation right now between these two players? Because they both know rook c2 is on the board. What gives? What's going to happen next?
Yeah, notice that Vesselin is not doing what Svidler did after he blundered. He's not like shaking his head and like.
Right.
He's hoping that even in like the 1% chance somehow Maxime. But you know what? I think that 1 to 5% is slipping away because, of course, the most likely chance that somebody would miss that is if they played instantly. But I mean, Maxime certainly sees it. I mean,
of course.
100% in this case, and. Yet you still don't see Vesselin shaking his head yet. But my prediction actually is that after it happens, he'll start to shake his head.
I mean, look at him now. He's kind of dancing back and forth as though everything's okay. Yeah, it looks interesting, whatever. I've got it all worked out. I dare you to take. But I mean, inside is turmoil.
Right.
He's got to be thinking, oh my goodness, what kind of ridiculous move did I just play?
How do you handle making an error, recognizing that error? Are you giving it away like Hikaru? Do you like just shake your head in absolute disgust and let the world know that you're an idiot? Or do you try your best to keep your emotions under control?
If I did something like that...
Hold on a second. Here we go. And it's on the board.
On the board. Wow. Rook takes c2. And now is Vesselin going to start shaking his head?
Of course.
Why isn't he finishing writing down the move? And finally, there he goes.
Keeping his poker face here. Well, I would say, what I was going to say is that I would get up from the board in that situation.
You get up.
I would get up from the board because it did happen to me once, actually.
Only once?
Well, but, a lot of times, like, you make a mistake and... I don't know. It's complicated. It has to be kind of a specific situation where it's like you see it immediately and then you don't know if they see it. Mm-hmm. So that happened to me once, and I just like got up because I was sure that I was going to give it away. This was before I played poker seriously.
And did your opponent take it?
No, they didn't find it.
They missed it, so it was a double blind spot.
Exactly. It was a move order thing, kind of similar to yesterday with the whole like E3.
Vishy Anand, MVL, Vishy Anand.
It was all about the move order, and they played the move order that I anticipated originally. How about you?
Oh yes, well of course I've blundered numerous times and been aware of it. Generally speaking, I have good Sitzfleisch. I like to remain at the board and try to be as calm as possible, and I always feel like. If I get up from the board too quickly or if I do something out of sync, there's kind of an alertness. So I try to sit there and be as calm as possible and, just as if everything's going okay. Most of the time, my opponent's fine. What my error's been all about. Maurice,
I get up, I calmly get up and walk away, go around the corner to some empty room.
Beat yourself up.
What the hell is wrong with you, you idiot?
Look for a confessional booth.
Was that? Yeah, if I had a confessional booth, I'd certainly be in there banging on those walls. But remember that story of Mikhail Tal against Bobby Fischer, that famous story of Fischer playing a fantastic game against Tal and having a winning move on the board, and Tal getting up and strolling around and chatting with his friend merrily, and Fischer being befuddled, like, why is this guy so happy when I have this vicious position? And he stopped and looked at it and decided against the move and played another move, ended up not winning the game. And Tal, after the game, said, why didn't you play this move? And Fischer admitted, well, you look so happy. I just decided it must not have been that winning. And so, yeah, you could sometimes bluff, as Tal certainly wasn't versed to doing, but usually the players play the move. Usually they do it anyway. That was a young Fischer, by the way. Later years,
that wasn't working.
Those bluffs don't work anymore. It happens once. And there we see the move. Rook c2 has now appeared on the board. Rook takes is his only response, and we expect MVL to come back to the board and drop down queen f1 check. And Topalov has not reacted, by the way, at all. He has not shaken his head. He's kept this very straight face. as though he's still playing in his line. It's somewhat surprising. Here's queen f1 check on the board. That rook on d3 is going to go now. And now bishop c1 as expected, and queen takes d3.
You're right, it is surprising because Vesselin's usually pretty emotive.
He's not doing it. Now he's playing his only response, queen d2, or the main response to trade queens, and he's down a pawn.
Yeah, he's just hoping that he'll have a resource with his majority on the queen side still to hold the game. But what extraordinary error.
Indeed, and of course it was an overstatement by Fabi that he's going to lose the game in a half hour. Because this is not resignable.
Worse. Yeah, in the first half hour. Yeah, and again, to your point, that 22 moves we're all prepared, and then suddenly rook d3. What? We're talking about the battle of ideas, and who's bringing more to the table, or who knows the position better than their opponents, and then suddenly this egregious error.
But wow, it is really strange that he's playing so quickly and confidently despite that. And yeah, I guess we'll find out from him eventually.
But you know what's interesting about this position? Remember the Indians wanted to play the move d5?
First,
it's only when you arrive at this position do you realize that though up a pawn, MVL has some technical difficulties. The main reason being that stupid white king is fast. That a6 pawn is a target, and the king could rush and start creating some challenges. And also, the possibility of playing b4, a4, and b5, creating his own passed pawn, is very real.
So you think there's any chance that this is the plan?
I don't know that this is why he stumbled into this, but d5 would have been lights out, keeping the queens on the board, according to the engines. So I don't know that Vesselin would have gone into this line prepared the possibility of this sacrifice rook c2 with the fact that d5 was playable earlier in this position, and he would have been worse, and he would have seen it. Yeah. At least his engine would have seen it.
That's true.
So that I doubt he was that sophisticated, unless somehow that didn't work either. But this position in particular is technically tricky. It does not look that obvious how to make it work, because you do have the majority on the king side, a 5 against 3, but you do see a passed pawn coming for white on the queen side of the board, and this could be a little bit of a challenge. It's not so clear. The game is already over.
Wow, I'm actually starting to think it's possible that it wasn't a blunder, because I think what Maurice is saying about d5, if he thinks, if Vesselin thought that he's actually doing fine here, I think it's almost guaranteed. From a poker point of view, it's almost guaranteed they're going to do the rook c2-1. Come on.
Yes.
I mean, that would be a pure gamble. I mean, who's going to play d5 when rook c2 is there?
Of course.
So if he, for some reason, if he analyzed it so deeply and he thought this was okay, he might have done it. That would have been
we'll be eating our hats, won't we?
Well, everybody will be.
Yeah,
At least we'll be in good company with Fabiano.
Oh, we'll all be munching. We'll all be munching. But to the point that Maurice is mentioning, okay, two ideas from White's point of view. So White's trying desperately, so to speak, to save the game. Well, one idea that Maurice pointed out was to play b4, a4, b5, and then after a takes. So let's just make some poor moves for black for just a moment, so we can show Maurice's idea. Yeah, we'll play some poor moves. And what Maurice is saying is, well, wait a minute, be careful. After a takes b, suddenly this pass a pawn is showing up on the board, and if you think your knight is going to defend against it, well, be careful.
Yeah. I might be better in some of these lines.
Exactly.
For sure, I could be winning in some lines, because the king is an extra piece, and our pass pawn is better than your pass pawn.
Yeah, and in another case, for example, d5 here, Maurice is also mentioning that, wait a minute, White's king is very fast, so let's just imagine, okay, you might think I'm playing badly, and probably I am. I'm losing the e4 pawn. But before you start signing score sheets, let me do it a better way. I apologize. King b4. That king is going very quickly to grab your a pawn, and then suddenly there's two connected pass pawns, and okay, you've got pawns on the king side. No question about it.
Knight f2.
Knight f. Oh, am I allowing knight d3?
Yeah.
I guess
so maybe
I
the
am.
I mean, it seems like I'm
allowing the...
Oh.
No. I can't do that because your e-pawn is
Yeah,
too
my
fast.
e-pawn's fast,
I beg your
exactly.
pardon. No, then I'm definitely worse here.
Yeah, because I'm also trying to play f5. This one doesn't look promising.
No, this
Because
one.
I'm going to be able to.
Wait, back that up. Sorry, I love these endings, so I just want to see that again.
King
Keep going in this line.
Okay.
Just give away the b2 pawns as we're
Okay.
looking at this.
King b4, knight f2, Maurice. King
yeah,
a5.
king-
Yeah.
King a5, yeah.
Maybe you don't want to change your sense of direction. You
Keep
could also
going.
go king c4. Okay.
No, I'm just going to let it happen. I just
Okay.
want to see it happen first.
All right.
And bishop moves.
Bishop
Let me see.
moves. Hey,
What I want to do is I want to play king b5 and bishop back to c1. So take the pawn. And now right here. So you have f5.
Yeah.
And I have king b5. And you have f4. And I have bishop c1. Oh, no, you have f3.
Ooh.
You have f3 at least, forcing me to go back to e3. And then if I play a4, you win. But am I losing this position? Yeah, but you certainly have some things happening. Because the a pawn is always so dangerous.
It's dangerous.
That
right?
it's hard for you to. But your f pawn is a problem. So okay, so that's the main issue we're dealing with.
But it isn't like resigns. There are resources. And after.
But why did you give up? Why did you give up the e pawn anyway?
No, don't give it up.
Just because
he was trying to show that
I was just trying to show a point that there is king a4. So we could trade.
Yeah.
Trade.
Yeah.
And
King b3.
and similar idea without
giving up all the patties.
Yeah, here comes king c4, king c4, king c5, king b6, boom, boom, and start working. This is not an easy endgame at all.
No, I'm really starting to think he prepared this.
No, hold on. Back up.
I think it's possible.
Let's take a look at what could have happened to him. That if he played rook d3 and his engine said, if you do that, the best move against you is actually d5. This is the strongest move. The engine will have spat it out immediately, and he would have seen that. And now he has to respond to the fact there's a threat on e4. This rook takes is still on take. So now he takes, and now we continue through the same line with check, bishop back, and queen takes. And now your d-pawn's hanging, and your rook, queen d2. And this move, queen f5, critical move, now threatening, immediate, knight takes d5. You cannot break this pin in any way. Your only move is to maintain the pawn with d6. And now the move, rook to c5, all instantly shown by the engine. So if you're still in your preparation, rook d5 is about to appear. You're going to drop this pawn. The pin's still on. There is no compensation. You're just lost. Now,
maybe it's just a gamble, though.
Now this is a pure... Now, why would he gamble? Why would he need to gamble? Let's just go back to the position he had before he played rook d3. White's perfectly fine. White could just play queen a3, as Yasser said, and there's no gamble. There's no I may be losing and the guy finds the line. There's no reason for him to play this rook d3 move. That's completely ridiculous. It doesn't show up on any of the engine's first few moves.
But
and
it's
queen
also ridiculous for one of the best tacticians in history to miss rook c2.
This might be true, but why would you do it when you have queen a3? I just can't imagine you have queen a3, or you play rook d3 losing for sure. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
And the fact that he's so emotive and he didn't make any emotions. It's a mystery to me, honestly.
Well,
the whole thing is a puzzle.
We can't wait to interview the players.
I'd make a bet with you. He walks in this room, I'm going to say, so did you prepare rook d3? And he's going to be like, what, are you crazy? Why the heck did I play that move?
I blundered a pawn. What are you talking about over here?
But
maybe
now,
the
frankly,
truth is somewhere in between that he saw something similar in some universe and got mixed up with the move order or something. I don't know. It's just like it seems totally crazy.
Embarrassment.
Yeah, but he's locked into this position now, though. This one is not easy at all to play to the finish. This one is not clear. It's up a pawn, but man, I'd be terrified. Knights are notoriously horrible against A pawns. I don't even care about the B pawn, the protected passer. I care about this A pawn, and if you can just get rid of this guy and start to control the knight won't be able to get over there. So black has to be very watchful, mindful, the superior king. Matter of fact, if I put a pawn on G2 in this position, you'd be talking about white being completely winning almost, right?
Sure.
Just winning. But this knight is a problem trying to defend against passed pawns.
Well, suppose Vesselin thinks that this position is actually better for white. That in some
Or he's okay.
Or that he has like more practical winning chances because like he's so fast. Suppose he actually thought that, and he thought that 80% of the time it was just going to be too tempting to play rook c2, and the guy was going to miss d5. Mm-hmm. That's what I mean by gamble. I mean, that's like from a poker player's point of view. It's like
these guys are too good, though.
Because d5 is not that hard to find.
Right.
That is the problem.
These guys are just too good. And I recall in a world championship between Vladimir Kramnik and Peter Leko, falling headlong into Vladimir Kramnik's preparation in a Marshall that was extraordinarily deep. Only one small problem. The preparation had a really gigantic hole. Peter Leko discovered it and actually won a game, right? So it's like the world championship preparation leading to a forced loss. I think after the move d6, d5, it's just so good for black. I'd like to turn our attention to...
And it's irresponsible.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It's irresponsible to play chess like that.
Yeah.
It's not poker, Jen. We're definitely not in Vegas. That's irresponsible. You don't do stuff like that when you can see you're going to be much worse, maybe losing. Why would you do that?
Poker players do lots of irresponsible things.
Okay. I'd like to turn our attention to two of our tournament leaders' games, because it's a game that we haven't been following too much because we're so absorbed by the Topalov game. Take a look at Wesley So versus Levon Aronian. Very intriguing imbalance of two minor pieces versus a rook. We got to this position. I was actually expecting Wesley to capture on c6. Capture on c6, never really got a chance to finish my point. After takes on d6, we're now threatening to block the diagonal with knight d4. Bishop takes, king takes, pawn takes, and let's just start developing pieces, bishop e3. I like the two minor pieces. My king's a little bit vulnerable. Just your take, Jen. I mean, if you just had to make a snap decision, prefer white or black?
And the pawn count is I'm only down one pawn?
One pawn.
If I have time, I'm going with white.
Yeah, just the two pieces. Yourself, Maurice? Just knee-jerk. Just
white.
White. So why...
That light square bishop really annoys me. Just the light square bishop is just annoying.
So why would Levon go into a position that is basically a forced inferiority if white plays it well? I'm not getting it. We're talking a little bit irresponsibility here, but isn't this just a good position for white?
I don't know. The pawn on c, if the pawn gets to c5 and the stupid bishop gets on b7.
Pawn gets to c5, the stupid bishop gets to b7.
I feel like the e file and pressure on the light square is bugging me about how. I mean, it's a speed. It's going to be a speed thing. That knight.
It's a specific.
The knight on b1. See, the thing is, if you have the knights, because it's the knights you have, the two pieces you have are the knights, right? Yeah. So it's two knights against a rook and pawn. Right. So it's not like a bishop and knight against a rook and pawn, which is usually even stronger. Right. So if the knights don't find homes, right? Knights need stable squares. Then you're looking for squares for these knights, and then the rook is no question. The e file is going to be rook e8, other rook to e8, and then the light square bishop on the long diagonal. So. Right. It's just a question of whether my d6 pawn is going to drop in this plan, because whose move is it right now? Is it black to move?
It's black to play.
Black plays c5, knight to bd2.
Yes.
And now I play bishop b7. I run into knight c4, potentially, and d5 looks like all the pressure is going to be on my position. I guess knight e5 is the only. Maybe I survive this though. Knight e5 and now rook to c8, or even queen c7. Yeah, something like this. And the knight's not stable. That knight on e5 is not stable. You are torturing me, though, on this diagonal, so I have to be watchful. Although h2 is potentially hanging. Yeah, so maybe I need to play rook c8. So, no, in that line, same line, rook c8 instead of queen c7. That way, if you attack me, I can try to defend. I admit, it seems...
Should favor white, though.
It seems like white is almost there, but if I can just disrupt your knight, and by the way, d4 could come in at some point in the position. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Eyeballing opportunities and just ready to
right?
develop my
Is that going
rook.
to happen if I play rook e8?
Isn't that a quote from yesterday? The good thing about having extra pieces is that you can give them away.
Yeah, being material ahead means that you get the opportunity to decide when you want to give some stuff back in order to reduce your opponent's pressure. Anyway, I'm just saying that this was a very forcing line, and my gut check says, give me white. That was not what Wesley So played, however. Wesley's, like all the top players, loves their bishops. He didn't want to trade that bishop on d5 for that rotten knight on c6. He dropped back and said, okay, I'm ready to play moves, I don't know, like knight a3, bring my knight to c4. If necessary, for example, let's say queen c5, I'm thinking that Wesley wants to play the move queen f1, protecting the rook on f2. And again, I think this is a little bit more compensation than the line we just saw. That it's also one of timing, right? If white just gets to play knight d2 to c4, resign. But if black gets to play bishop f5, rook d8, bishop d3, he's got stuff. Lot to play for.
Yes, and yes, and yes. I agree.
Yeah,
It's a very interesting position. On top of which, could we take a look at the time situation? Wesley So, 102. Aronian, not even used 7 minutes yet.
You think we're still, well, it seems to suggest we're obviously in Levon's preparation, and all of this is new for Wesley.
Absolutely. And what I'm liking, by the way, I should point out, is some stuff that's happening on other boards as well.
Please.
That's original. Take a look at this position. This is Fabiano Caruana against Peter Svidler. You always like to see maneuvers you've never seen before. You don't see too often. And that keeps it interesting. In this position here, this pawn formation is straight up boring. Like, it's like, seriously, it's just the pawn formation. Nothing really interesting happening. White is now being attacked. His bishop. Black is looking to trade on d4, and you might say, okay, well, let's see when the action is going to start. But this knight move is threatening this bishop, and if the bishop leaves, this bishop b7 could come, and there could be some potential along the long diagonal. So Peter plays bishop to c6, posting the bishop on the c6 square, not with a pawn here when it'd be a dominant piece, but here when it's potentially a loose piece. Nevertheless, it's dominating this bishop. It's preventing anything along the straight diagonals. Okay, nothing really special right now. But back to your pawn on the square. And if you were to take on d4, which we're still waiting for a move from Fabiano Caruana, there are different ways to play. You could take for the isolated pawn. You could also play knight takes. And it's white's pieces who are slightly better than black's. Nothing necessarily special here. e5 might come into position. So again, this might suggest pawn takes and look for knight e5, etc. Is this anything at all? I don't know. It doesn't look special, but there's this bishop sitting on c6, a weird square. It gives you pause, makes you look twice. Is this good? What's going on? Interesting stuff is happening also on this game with Anand and Nakamura. We saw this h5 move happen a long time ago to curtail the possibility of g4, but the pawn's sitting there. So what did Anand do? Anand said, I'm just going to castle. You want to double my pawns? I don't care. Dynamically, I'm good. I'm ahead in development, and I'm going to always test you because you're going to have to spend a tempo to deal with this pawn at some point, giving me yet another tempo to get something going. The Indians like knight c3. Nakamura played the move knight to b4. This move, eyeballing this bishop, waiting for some endgame. He's calculated out quite nicely, in fact. But Aronian said, you want the bishop, you can have it. What I'm going to do is now I'm going to give you this piece. So again, you're always going to be asking questions here, and I'm going to try to get some energy on your e-pawn, and I'm the one with the lead in development. Knight takes d3 is playable, but you have to deal with the move rook to d1. And again, white's trying to get pace going. And always the question is, look at this pawn. That pawn on h5 is always going to be a tempo for the future. Meantime, your pawn on e5 is hanging. So Anand is trying to play with pace right now, giving up the two bishops. But again, whenever you're down to two bishops, you always want to keep with pace before those bishops wake up. Once they wake up, they're going to stomp you. But in this situation, it's white with the initiative, white with the knight, and white's going to look for some kind of pace play. And look now, Nakamura studying this very carefully as he realizes that there's a lot of energy in the position for white as he's building as fast as possible his initiative while black's pieces are still asleep back on the back row. This is an interesting position. It's one of those that makes strong players go, we've never seen stuff like this now. This is getting kind of juicy.
Well, I must say personally, I find it very confounding. I've been raised in classical chess, and in fact, for me, Vishy's last two moves are poor choices. By my style, by my understanding, the last two moves of Vishy I disagree with wholeheartedly. So, for example, I always, whenever there's a trade in chess, in a game, I think of it as you're at a marketplace and you're bartering, you're negotiating a trade, and who benefits from the trade. In my opinion, this move e takes d5 is clearly beneficial for black because this knight on e7 is rather rotten. The bishop on f8 is rather trapped. So I'm sitting there saying, well, I'm playing castles, and I'm saying, you go ahead and you try to solve your development problems. I'm not going to help you. And after d4, knight e2, I'm very happy because I'm ready to go f4. So that's question for me number one. I would not have made this trade. Second point is after the move knight b4, I like my bishops. I would have played the move bishop e4 rather very quickly, preserving the two bishops. I'm setting up with a threat. Give me a pawn, and by the way, I'm ready to boot your knight, and maybe one day I'm going to take over the d5 square. So this move, queen e2, is really surprising.
Bishop e4, Yasser, does have one tactical point. Bishop e4, queen takes queen.
Queen takes d1,
rook takes d1, rook takes, and I believe it's the move f5 that the engines pointed out here, that your bishop.
Whoa, what?
If we play bishop b7, you just have rook b8?
Yeah. Well,
I think that's...
Whoa. Really? Okay.
Well, the C pawn is going to be hanging at the end, so you're just going to move the rook out,
and we can't play a3?
a3, you take
Or after taking on b7 also. We could take on b7 and then play a3.
I like a3 right away.
No, if you play a3, if you take on b7 first, then there's knight c2 as well.
No, I'm going to play a3
the bishop
right away.
c6 check at the in-between move in that variation.
Yeah. But, okay, I would, as white, be going into these types of channels. Just to Maurice's point of view, when after the move queen e2 is played in the game, knight takes d3, obviously. Rook d1, obviously. Queen c7. Are you ready to play rook takes d3 and allow bishop c4? Not sure. Some game.
No, but he doesn't have to. He can either play, well, I was going to say queen d3. He can play pawn takes here as well. I know, yes, it's like why you're weakening your position. I got to play d4 no matter what you do. So d4, knight, and d4, bishop e3, d4, rook c1, your queen sitting there, and where's your king going?
Okay.
There's a tempo on your h-pawn that's still always in the position. Where's your king going to live? So it's a dynamic question right now.
Right. This is exactly the right word you just said. In these modern games, you're seeing a lot more attention, focus on the dynamic potentials of the position. And in the classical school of chess, the one that I've been raised up with, the static factors were, in ascendancy. Now it's the dynamic factors. And these last two moves of Vishy, queen e2 and taking on d4, or last three moves, taking on d5, helping the opponent, queen e2, confound me.
Well, you're going to be confounded by Levon's latest move.
No.
He's just played g5.
Whoa, wait! I thought you were going to say by Wesley's latest move because I wanted to make a point when you were done.
Yes,
and
please.
We could come back to this position. I can't. But did he really play g5 as a response? I wasn't even looking. Oh wow. Okay, well, let's have some fun. Yasser, just close your eyes. Okay. Close your eyes. Don't look.
We've got a blindfold for you.
Yeah,
because check this out. Look, you said the latest move. Take a look at Wesley's last move. Queen d2. Yeah, exactly. Let's just threaten the h6 pawn. Battery along the h6 pawn. I mean, when I saw that one, I was like, what the what? What are you doing? This move. But his point is very specific. He's going to play the move queen f4, then he's going to play bishop d3, then he's going to play knight d2, and it's all going to happen. That was his point.
It would be over.
Everything would be great, and he's solidified everything. So very concrete. I mean, these young players raised on computers, classical principles, throw them out the window. Who cares? He's going to play real specific. However, sometimes that can cost you. In this position, the Indians did not think G5 was necessary at all. In fact, the Indians had a way of refuting this move by playing this move, knight to E5. This is a great response to this idea because queen wants to go to F4, but now you've prevented it from going to F4 because you have the knight D3 check idea. And if you now play, and by the way, knight takes knight is on threat. What did you just do? How are you going to defend against knight takes? So the Indians give this move, queen to D4, as white's only way to deal with what's coming at him. And by the way, bishop G4 was coming as well. So queen D4, and now the very cagey rook over to E8, and again saying, what do you plan to do in this position? White's next move, White has different moves. White could try to develop, but he's blocking this bishop, and the Indians give C5. Let's just play that move on the board to show how strong this is, C5. Now you can't take because of knight to D3 check. And suddenly black is unleashing with power. So in this position, rook E8, let's go down the main line, bishop F4, and you have to see this idea. Give me this guy, and I get my fork. Check anyway. And after this trade, looked like it was just a trade. Sorry, rook down to E2. Gift me a pawn, please. Hello. What did you do? Yeah, you had given me one pawn for the rook for the two pieces. Now it's two pawns for the two pieces, and black is very happy here. So queen D2 was very artificial. It had a straightforward, logical, virtual refutation. Knight E5 is what Levon could have played. The move G5, however, stopping queen F4. The idea essentially being that he's also threatening G4, but now the Indians like, wait a minute, what if I just back my king up? And what did you do? What did you do? If you better not let me unravel now, and your king side is very porous. Risky chess by Levon. G5, a hyper-committal move. Yeah, yes, those classical principles we were raised on. Man, these guys really don't care.
Yeah, they just slap us down.
Well, what an exciting round. I mean, so far we've got the round of the Sinquefield Cup so far, so you're going to want to stay tuned as we continue to be dazzled and surprised. I encourage you to check out the Grand Chess Tour Twitter on your break. There's a fantastic Photoshop of Fabiano Caruana holding a big fish in the air. And that's from our favorite Photoshopper, Anton Squared Me. He's got the best photos. So we will be right back with more from round 3 of the Sync Cup. welcome back to round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup, which promises to be the most exciting round yet, looking at the positions on the board and the way we got there, Nidor, sacrifices, and we're only in the first hour.
Well, we were. That first hour went by really fast, Jen. And we talked a lot about the blunder that occurred in the game between Veselin and Topalov and MVL. The players, after this trade, MVL, recognizing that he's got to get his king over to the queenside, did play the move king f8, king b3 as expected. But then, strange for me, White's king took a different turn. Veselin liked the move king c4. I think many of us would have preferred to have seen either king b4 or king a4 with the idea of simply going after this pawn on a6. I'm not sure why. We're just playing catch-up with the players here. King c4 was Veselin's choice, and after king e6, he's advanced his pawn b4. He's very eager to get his queenside pawn majority rolling so that he can play a4, b5, recapture with the king, and create an outside pass pawn. The a pawn, as we know, is the knight's worst enemy, as is the h pawn. Right. So still a sharp position. I don't know how the aliens
but D5,
view this.
If we play d5 here, then after takes on d5, knight d5, yes. That kind of hurts their plans a little bit because you can't play b5 right away because we would take and then check on c3.
Exactly. So we would have to start it with
a4.
Right. Now the move knight b6 check would also force my king to back up, and then after king d5, it seems to me that Black is doing what he wants, is to get his king into the game and keep White's horses from going too fast on the queen side. Yeah. So if we could just step back a bit and review this decision of king c4, why did he reject the move, well, either king b4 or king a4, but let's go with king a4. What do you think dissuaded him from making that decision? Because I'm not sure. I mean, it just, I'm a little bit confounded.
Yeah, I wonder indeed. Maybe again,
you got to play d5.
Yeah, we got to try to play d5.
I don't think there's a choice. D5 will capture, and we'll go knight takes d5. Now, I agree that after king a5, I'm walking into a fork down the road, but okay. For the moment, I'm just there.
Yeah, so, and you can stop it next move, yeah.
Knight c7, trying to just maintain the pawn.
But
do you have a better choice? Sorry?
We can always play king b6, right?
Yes, well then I'd have to go king c7, but I'm saying...
King d7 you mean, right?
Yes, pardon me. This looks like more chances.
More... And Maxime did play d5.
Of course.
And after takes, knight takes d5, we'll have to see how Veselin plays here.
I just don't see...
Still not a clean pawn for Maxime, that's for sure, but...
Well,
we really did expect...
If you're not getting the action going on the queen side that you need, eventually you're just going to see g5, f5, f4, h5. You know what I'm saying. The Black's kingside pawns are going to roll.
But we're not going to... We probably shouldn't play a4, allowing knight b6, king b3. I guess if we can't play b5 right away, we can start with bishop d2.
Bishop
and then
d2.
try to play b5 next and all.
Fair enough. Bishop d2 looks like a very decent move indeed. Just having a thought, but okay, let's just get the guys going. f5. Let's get the train underway. And now, b5 or a4?
Well, I think a4 again, there's knight b6, and then we have to go back to b3.
So we got to go b5.
I guess we should try this, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, knight b6 check, king c5, knight a4 check, king c6. I'm not quite sure how that helps Black, so we're going to have to take it, and, shall we continue? Here at e4, take it, a4, yes? E3, the bishop's going to have to drop back, let's say to e1?
Sure.
Okay. Now, I'm counting on your playing a5 and a6 so that I can drop back with my knight when I need to.
And sacrifice.
Maybe you won't be so compliant. You'll play king c6
Another
at a certain
thing
moment.
we could do is play king c5 in the initial position, trying to play a4 and disallowing knight b6 check. So instead of my bishop d2, knight d5, king c5 is another option. So now
I actually liked your bishop d2.
I'm preparing to play a4.
What was wrong with that position you just showed, though?
Oh, no, nothing. I'm just saying there's
Looked
different
like
options.
White was perfectly fine in that game.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. This
Seems like there's a lot of options here that are going to make it tricky for MVO, to say the least.
Well, let's just let's go over king d6. Let me get my king a little bit nudge up a little bit closer. There is still
By the way,
b5.
we should point out that Black can play a very expansive plan here, which is to play for g5, f5,
f4, g4,
f4. Yeah, then g4, then e4, then blue.
Right. But hold on. So we're here. It's white to play. We're not playing a4. We're playing bishop d2, right? So move on move. Bishop d2. So let's say g5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say b5.
Kill it.
Kill it. Take it. f5.
Okay, f5.
Let's say a4. Let's say f4, yeah?
Also possible is g4?
Well, kill it. You're hanging your h6 pawn now.
Not f4?
Oh, okay. So this is interesting.
e4?
Wow, those pawns are coming mighty, mighty fast. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That looks very good for black.
But what about takes?
No, I don't see that as a... I'll get a queen, you'll get a queen, but I'll get a queen too, right?
You mean you have a knight as well?
I have queen e8 check at the end.
No. So we're going to go here, right?
Yep.
We're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to go here. So I've got a fork on c7 square. So you've got to play king c6. There's no other
Right, you have knight
choice.
e7 check at the end.
Now I got knight e7 check. You're going to go in. Maybe that's not your best square, but I'll emerge with an extra knight. Uh-oh.
It's a draw, though.
A draw?
Yeah, because isn't queen a6, well, maybe not. Queen a6 check, you have king d7, and I might theoretically get mated in some position.
Right. I'll use queen and knight. But
kind of interesting that we have this position on our 1.5, right? This is usually something that we're looking at.
We went
4 hours in.
We went deeply into this
ending,
I think
and I do
apologize for going.
Variation's going to go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
But it's
long variation, wrong variation.
Yeah, but it's the type of line, I want to say, that one can expect in that ending. That it is move on move, and you have to be very, very specific. Let's go back to another game.
Oh, we've got Anish Giri in the confessional. Let's go to that.
Well, I'd like to wish good night to my team of supporters, the other side of the world. Vachier just looked at me with a face of approval, so I think everything is going better than it ever went. So I think it's a good moment for my fans to go to sleep really and hope that everything will end well. Good night.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys heard that, but if we didn't,
we missed it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll try to resolve those technical difficulties in a moment. By the way, we can jump to another game of interest. Take a look at this position with Nakamura and Anand. Anand with the white pieces. He played this move, queen d3. Remember we were talking about the positional knight takes d3, creating a weak pawn on d3. But again, the dynamic possibilities for white, because white is looking to use the one tempo ahead that he has, dealing with that black will have to deal with this h-pawn on h5. And he's going to use it to use as much pace as he can to increase the speed of the game. And if black is not careful, he will come under an attack. So he's balancing the attack with the potential win of the pawn. Maybe black might even sacrifice his pawn just because of what's happening to him. But after this move, queen c7. The Indians paradoxically like rook d1 anyway, which is kind of a cool idea. Rook d1, I say cool because it's, again, different. Rook was attacking a queen. The queen left, and you go there anyway. But again, it's about pace, getting all the pieces active. But even more brutish is the move f4. That one is all about pace. f4 now looking to snap a pawn off of this square, potentially also playing the move f5, but I think it's all about opening the position here. The Indians thought, though, that this was too early, bishop c5, king h1, and now the move bishop d4 should be played. Instead, Nakamura got specific and went back to the knight takes d3 idea, saying, hey, I get this pawn, this weak pawn on d3, pawn takes, and now the move bishop to d4, and here Naka is saying, this position looks very solid for me. Again, the tempo on his pawn has not yet been resolved. But the Indians don't like this position and are now saying that after bishop to e3, it's still about the pace. What are you going to do with this king? Your pawn is hanging. This bishop is under attack. Bishop c3 is nothing because of rook to c1. And if he can just trade off here, he gets to even play a move like knight d5. f5 is still coming into the position. Anand is stopping to think right here about what to do. But bishop e3 absolutely looks like a small edge for white. And by the way, if you go into this particular endgame, you have to be careful. Well, for one thing, rook takes f4 is in the position. This pawn is not so weak, although now he can castle. Turns out now he can castle. His king might not have any difficulties in this position. But the Indians don't think, though, in this position that you have to do that. Is after takes, maybe the move knight to d5 can also pop up. So some tricks, but maybe Nakamura can find his way out of this type of position. It's certainly very sharp, and Anand is being careful right in this moment. Because the one thing about a positional difficulties, and he did not play, it looks like, the move bishop e3. He went straight positional and played f5, looking for control and bind, which is very interesting alternative. f5 in this position, chasing this bishop backwards. Now you expect to see the move bishop to d7, and now f6 becomes a potential option. So he's using his f-pawn as a battering ram. Interesting play now. Interesting play as the players start to get very dynamic. Very, very really concrete. I like the potential in White's position. Whether or not he's actually better is an entirely different question. But this move, certainly, again, it's all about that pace in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. And there is a beautiful square for the knight on e4. We're going to get to what the players had predicted. But again, I just want to turn the attention, before we get there, to the game of Wesley So, Liren Aronian. Wesley with the two minor pieces against the rook. After seeing this move g5, it looks to me like that after the move knight b1 to d2, get those guys off the back rank. Developing move like rook on a8 to b8. There's a gambit in the Ruy Lopez open variation. I think it's called the Worrell or something gambit. It looks very similar, but in this particular case, I really do like Wesley's position. h2, h3, I much prefer white, and we'll see if Liren, if I'm right about that Liren thinks his position's difficult. I like white, but let's get to how the players predicted. Oh, sorry, we're going to go to Maurice.
Well, just quickly, a big development in the game between Ding Liren as black with Anish Giri as white. In this position, white, we saw white create a bit of a bind, get his knight to f5, and a trade was done by this bishop. So the imbalance is this bishop, of course, on d5, and whether or not he can make it work. And if a trade happened, then a knight would appear on d5, and again, f6 is coming in. So what did white do here after h6? He decided that the right thing to do was play bishop e4, and he's going to force everything. He's put a knight here, trade, and get a light square bind, and he was happy with that idea. But what is the minus to this move? Well, the bishop used to guard the c4 square, so maybe black can play c4. However, Giri wasn't worried about it because after c4, d takes c4. If you take back, he just plays the very powerful b4, and you're just in deep trouble. The bind, the open d file, the bind on the light squares, everything is in his favor. But Ding Liren had calculated it quite finely, and after d takes c4, he now has dropped down the spectacular knight takes on c4, and that one must have gotten Giri sitting up in his chair, because this is a straight knight sack which you cannot accept without allowing some tricks, and he has taken it, by the way. Rook takes on c4, and now bishop to c6. Now, first of all, let's just take stock of what's happening. The rook is attacking the knight. The knight cannot be defended. If the knight moves, the bishop is hanging, and black will have emerged an extra pawn up in those complications. 6 pawns against 7. So rook takes on c4. So it's first the knight sack. He's down a knight right now, but the bishop is hanging. He's about to get his knight back, but hold on. Bishop to c6, attacking the rook on e8. Now he's going to save his knight, except Ding has said, what rook? You can have the rook. Rook takes c3, and it's a pure exchange sacrifice for a pawn, and now bishop takes e8 has been played. We're anticipating the move. Queen takes e8, and when you now look at this position, all of white's pawns look a hot mess. This pawn will go to d5. Black's going to get a knight on e4, and this looks like a Sicilian suddenly, an exchange sacrifice in the Sicilian, with black having pure play. Ding Liren showing some amazing dynamic chess in this position, and he has played queen takes e8. The Indians love the compensation. They think it's clear compensation now for black. The Chinese player, the Chinese #1 in history, in fact, showing why he's one of the best players in the world. A beautiful idea, sacrificing on c4, followed by the exchange sack. And Giri's just going to have to play chess because clearly black's fine.
Thank you, Maurice.
And
Are we ready for our predictions and what the players had to say about their opponents?
let's hear them.
Let's take a look.
Last time we were in Europe, every time I asked the players who were the favorites for this event, they were Magnus and Hikaru. It was a rapid tournament, it was a blitz tournament, and Magnus, obviously the #1 player. However, Magnus not here, and Hikaru, well, it's not a blitz tournament anymore. Who do you consider to be the favorite coming into this event?
Well, I think all the guys that are high rated.
I'm not the one to predict what's going to happen in a tournament that I'm in. I think everyone just wants to give their best.
I'm thinking about Fabiano, I'm thinking about Seirawan, I'm thinking about Hikaru, and basically everyone's a player in this field, so you know the field is so tough.
I guess you'd have to say Vachier, simply because the way he's landed. I hope he's slowing down in August, let's put it that way.
He's now in very good shape, so he has several good results, very good results in a row, and normally when you're inspired, you play better.
Considering my last few tournaments, if I keep the momentum, I would say I'm definitely one of the favorites.
He's clearly one of the favorites, but naming him as a clear favorite, I think is a bit of an overstatement.
Well, he's done very well against these, say, 27-20, 27-30 players, like in Dortmund, for example. I think overall, it's not been against the absolute elite players, so I think he's going to come back down to earth in this event.
I think that anyone can potentially win the tournament. I mean, I wouldn't even pick out a clear favorite, although I think I have very good chances.
You know, I'm quite clearly the bottom seed here, so no pressure.
Nobody singled you out as the bottom seed, even though I've asked several people.
They're very polite people. Chess players are nice people.
I think it's me. It's all like a beautiful Hollywood movie. I think it's time for me to win this tournament now, and events in Bilbao and Dortmund were the little moment of suspense when the main character in the movie has a tough time, but you know he'll make it there at the end.
Down to earth. That was that stuck out to me, and I like the fact that chess players are so polite with Peter Svidler saying they're not beating him up. I like MVL, Aronian, and
pick one this time.
I've got to pick one. Oh no, I told Wesley.
Okay, I'm going to pick
So.
Nakamura. Even though he's half a point behind, not very mathematically inclined to me.
And you're a math girl.
I know. That means I really like Naka.
Well, before the tournament, I was going to say MVL, but now that I've been given a loss by him, it's hard to predict him. I'm going to stay consistent, though. My other two are Fabi and Levon. So I guess I just have to pick Levon. I'm going to have to pick Levon out of that three.
Very good.
And we also have Grandmasters Eric Hansen and Alejandro chiming in.
Well, thanks, guys. And definitely one of the things in everybody's mind just before a tournament starts is who's hot, who's on form. Well, we already have a couple of rounds here in the Sinquefield Cup, so we might be a little bit biased, but I want to know. Eric, what do you think? What do you think of who is going to win the Sinquefield Cup this year?
I'm taking Fabiano to win, but I got a couple other predictions as well, like blunders, who's going to draw the most. So I'm taking Fabiano Caruana to win his second Sinquefield Cup. I think Topalov and Svidler are going to compete for who blunders the most, and I do not think Anish Giri will draw the most games in the tournament.
Those are some bold predictions. I think that, well, you might already be in the lead in some of them. As Svidler, well, he started with 2 losses, but I'm going to defer. I mean, I think Fabiano, he's had a really good couple of years. He's consistently maintained himself over 2,800, but let's give it room for some new guys. I mean, I still like my prediction of MVL, even though he blundered badly yesterday and lost against Anand. I think he still will bounce back. He has a really nice position, nice against Topalov right now. I think, is going to be one of those that's at the very, very top. But my boy, I think, is going to be Aronian. I think Aronian is playing great chess. He was in a slump. He's coming back. He's got in good positions. His opening prep is on spot. He's up like 1,000,000 minutes on Wesley So right now. I like him. What do you think, Eric? Do you think Aronian, any chance?
Aronian is definitely playing well, and MVL, I can't deny it. He's especially good at racking up points and recovering from a loss. So those would be my top 3. I think Aronian certainly has a very good chance based on how he's playing so far.
And I'm definitely going to take him up on that challenge. Anish Giri, by far the most draws in this tournament. Thank you, guys. More predictions and more exciting chess. Back to the studio.
That's right. So we've got 2 votes for Levon, 1 for Wesley, and 1 for Naka, right?
And MVL. There was an MVL.
And 1, no. He retracted, I think, and said Levon. And 1 for Fabiano. Yeah, he couldn't pick 2. We have 4 people, right? I mean, we've got 5 people.
We got 5 people.
5 people. So 2 Aronian, and then Fabi and Naka. Yeah.
There you go.
So no love for Anand and Vesselin, despite the fact that they both have 1.5 at the moment.
And and they're tied for first.
I really wanted to say Anand, to tell you the truth. But I had already said those other 3. But I really wanted to say Anand because he plays some chess. And I think he's the one who's kind of showing some signs of real genius. The way he defended yesterday against MVL, clearly he should have been killed.
That was extraordinary.
But it was so impressive. His idea base is so wonderful, and the way he explains chess, just to listen to him is such a treat. I'm afraid that in the long run, maybe the tournament may catch up to him later, but this is a big game. This is a big game, and if he manages to defeat Hikaru, who's been really just dominating him over time, but if he manages to defeat Hikaru, I think all of us will eat crow because I think he'll have really good chances of winning this tournament.
Well, what I liked about yesterday is that he also had this position that was difficult, but he played quickly. And, you know, that was really the secret to his success in a lot of ways, that he wasn't like, oh, my position sucks, I'm going to sit here and burn all my time. A very professional attitude, whether you have a good position or a bad position.
He was very practical, wasn't he? Yes. I had dinner last night with a large group of people, and we were talking about Vishy, and there was a nice story there that Sunil had shared. He had played a game against Nigel Short that lasted 60 moves. Nigel spent like 3 hours, Vishy had spent less than an hour, and a chess fan had asked Vishy, well, why did he play so fast? And he said, well, there was nothing to think about. He just knew all the moves. And Vishy had, when he was much younger, had a great reputation for playing extremely quickly. And he's always had this feeling, this just instinct about positions. And he's a great player. What can I say? 5-time world champion. That speaks for itself. Today he's facing Hikaru in a very specific moment. We've just seen this move f5, chasing this bishop to d7, and now there's a pause because it's very clear that Black's king, were it ever to go kingside, is going to fall under an enormous attack. This pawn on h5 is hanging. There'll be f7, f6 blowing open the kingside. But the problem that Vishy is now facing is after this move, bishop d7, if you make a very good practical decision of putting your knight in the middle of the board, it's actually Hikaru's king is going to go kingside, even though this c-file is open. Well, guess what? After a move like bishop g5, f6, rook c1, this bishop is going to stand very, very nicely on the c6 square, protecting the pawn on b7, protecting Black's king. and Hikaru is going to come out of this opening smelling like a rose. So now what Vishy is realizing is that there's no question Black's king is going queenside, but how can he discourage Black's queen from going kingside? I think he has to start with the move bishop e3. It's a very practical decision. This bishop on d4 is actually a monster. So getting rid of that bishop is the way to go, in my view.
But we've got a move on the board. Maurice, what just happened?
I'm loving these games. Every single board is rich and interesting and instructive, and originality is also abounding by these players. Instead of doing what you said, Yaz, he decided to play the move f6. And now after g6, knight to d5, attacking the queen. And how did he solve the problem of the king castling queenside? Why don't we just drop our knight on the e7 square? Not every day you see a knight sit on e7, especially before a king gets out the middle of the board. And now he's controlling c8, and now he's controlling g8. And this king is going to be a long-term issue for Black. Exactly what White's going to do to add to the fire of his knight on e7, it's not absolutely clear. He's got no easy pawn breaks to use, but we know he's going to bring his bishop out at some point and then hopefully try to break down Black's fortress. But certainly an original, interesting position to have this knight on e7, protected by a pawn on f6, protected by a rook on f1. Interesting unit that White has created, and it's going to be a little bit annoying. There's no question about that. Hikaru is going to have to wonder what to do. And amazingly, Hikaru said, I don't care. Rook d8, and he's just playing chess based on the setup he has. Very powerful setup along the d line. The d3 pawn could come under fire. His king is kind of safe. I mean, there's no easy way to get at it. But also, he's not connected yet. So that's going to be a fascinating struggle. Certainly an original position, well worth watching, of many original positions on the chessboard right now.
Thank you, Maurice. No question about it. I was just building up to the idea that, hey, Hikaru's king's going queenside. Vishy's got to figure out how he wants to deal with that. Planning the knight on e7, frankly, hadn't occurred to me. Very original
Stops
concept.
castling on both sides.
Yeah. Big changes occurred in the game of Wesley So and Aronian. I had expected Wesley simply to play the move knight b1 to knight b1 to d2 and start bringing the pieces quickly over to the king side with an h2, h3 thrown in for good measure. Wesley started out with bishop e3. That looked very good, fine for me. But after this move, bishop takes, captures, Wesley's idea of knight d2, in my view, had a problem. Rook takes e3, queen takes e3. There's no longer a pin along the f-file. Bishop retreats to h5. Compensation, White's a pawn down with compensation thanks to the fact that pawn on g5, but a huge change in the material imbalance. I thought that Wesley was going to nurse a material advantage, and he's tossed it away for opportunity to attack a weak Black king. Did he make the right choice? I'm not sure. And we have a phone call.
Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
I have a question, and I guess it's directed at all of you, but something I've always thought would be interesting is the engine analysis. If someone was to show that to players during the game, not the line, just the eval, and it would be an interesting dynamic to see what would take place in terms of, especially in positions that computers understand well, where there's lots of pieces and lots of tactics. Excuse me, I have a cold. Essentially, you would have a situation where the first person to make a catastrophic blunder, it would be instantly flagged, and you would have a situation that would be, I think, would be pretty exciting, and it would be an interesting experiment to try, just to see, what would happen. Well, I didn't know if anybody had ever thought of that, or I know you guys think of things to sort of liven up the game with the confessional booth and things like that, but having an evaluation bar at the table in a lot of situations, and some it would probably be not very useful, but in a lot of situations, it would be interesting to see the reaction of the players when the eval swings live during the game. And I just wondered what you guys thought of that.
My initial thoughts are that it's an interesting idea and everything's worth trying once, but I think ultimately it would actually make the game less exciting.
Yeah, I think of advanced chess where the players played with computer as against one another, right? So I have my computer, you have your computer.
Take some drama out, because the drama isn't only does somebody blunder, but does somebody see once you blundered?
Yeah, for me, I really love the human element. We saw it very, very clearly yesterday in the game between Anish and Hikaru. Anish is basically throwing the kitchen sink, but it's all a bluff, right? But Hikaru doesn't know that. He reacts poorly and allows the attack to get an even position.
And that tension maintains for like 10 moves, whereas with this idea, it would probably, yes, he's right that it would add some drama the one moment that the evaluation changes, but then after that, it would be sucked out, I think.
Yeah.
But worth trying once, I think, but I don't think it would stick.
No. Maurice?
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys, but there's plenty of drama happening right now in this game between Anish Giri and Ding Liren. Ding Liren had sacrificed an exchange for a pawn. It's the kind of position that if you looked at it at a quick glance, there's no way in the world you think this was a Rui. You'd say, oh, it clearly came out of a Najdorf. No question. But clearly somehow this F-pawn was captured. That would be the only trick, that somehow the F-pawn got away. I guess he couldn't. Yeah, of course, the pawn would have to take this way, something would have to take that way. But it looks to all rights like some kind of Sicilian sacrifice. In this position, the move Queen C6 is the move the Indians like. Willingly trading down to queens, leaving these pawns weak, and preparing to bring the king over. The knight can go to d5. You're threatening the pawn on c2. A lot of dynamic possibilities for black. No question. But Ding decided he didn't want to see an endgame, so he played the move knight to g4, the Indians' third choice. Now, this, the Indians say, is fine for black, but not as good as it would have been to trade queens in this position. What did Anish Giri do here? He has a number of moves, none of them first choice by the Indian or even first or second or third choice. He played f6. Check that out. The move he chose is f6, just throwing his pawn away. And what's interesting is he's trying to drag the knight backwards so that he can now take this pawn freely. And fascinating sacrifice. It still doesn't seem like it makes that much sense, but he's played the move f6 now, and it's up to Ding to find a move in this position. That has come as a shock to his opponent for sure. f6 now on the board. The Indians surprisingly give the number one move as queen c8 back to that endgame. Trade off queens. This is irrelevant demonstration as far as the Indians are concerned, and back again to all the pluses in the position. So now we've seen for the second time, and within a space of about 5 minutes, one player with white play f6, did Anand, and now it's Anish's turn. Maybe he was inspired by looking over at Anand's board, but he's put f6 on the board as well here, and in this case, very, very sharp. In the meantime, there's the other endgame that's gone super sharp, the one that looked like he was maybe blundered this endgame, but now he's in it, and it looks as though Topalov has some real drawing chances here. This one is proceeding kind of the way we expected it to. Very sharp endgame. Hard to imagine exactly how black wins now with this a-pawn being so strong.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm just looking at the move by f7, f6 by Anish. That's a real surprise move. To my mind, it doesn't even really offer a threat or worry to black. And the first question I have is, if you played knight g4 with an express purpose of winning a pawn with a tempo. Knight takes e3. And you just have to ask your opponent, okay, so why did you go for this f7, f6?
Well, could we try queen f3 here? Any good?
Queen f3. Oh.
Because now after knight f1.
Knight f1, you're pinning my rook. I don't want to trade. I like the rook on c3.
Yeah, your knight is trapped, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking that I like what Maurice was saying. With the knight on f6, I like playing d5. With my knight on e3, I want to play d5 and, I don't know, d4 and rook takes e2.
The Indians giving rook f3 is even stronger than queen f3.
Right. Rook f3 looks like the right move to me. And jumping over there, d5 takes on g7, d4, hoping for rook takes. gotta be a little careful about my h6 pawn in these kinds of positions.
A little careful.
A little careful. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, I was just saying, you know, like things could get messy in a hurry if we did something like this. I'm not saying that this is the best, most exacting play, but it's well. And I really like this exchange sacrifice. I mean, I've seen so many Sicilians where, you know, I would have spanked down Queen C6 or maybe even Queen C8.
Just immediately.
Immediately.
It's so shocking.
Knight G4 is like, you know, you're trying to eat dessert. You know, first you just got to take care of business and stop White from having any counterplay. But after Knight G4, F6, well, I don't know. Knight takes F6, Queen A6 isn't the grip that Black previously had. So maybe this move F6 throws something in the works, makes Dame's life a little bit more awkward.
I mean, those rooks needs in order to get some play with the rooks, you need to open some stuff up. So F6 has some logical point.
Exactly. So let me just see this line again, because I took on G7. I played the move D4. It's funny, the pawn on G7 can actually be at times useful for Black, as it does shield his king. Okay, well, I played D4. That wasn't a bad move, I think. Maybe I have to play better for White now and play the move Rook G3. Yeah, this is definitely getting messy. It's not the nice variation opportunity he had a moment ago.
Well, you don't have to take on E3, but yeah, and it is definitely an interesting turn of events in that game. We are getting some tweets into our hashtag Sinquefield Cup, and Christian Chirla, Grandmaster, agrees with you. He says, beautiful exchange sacrifice by Ding. Now he has a long-term static advantage. Well,
which classical players seem to appreciate more than the dynamic
and
players.
We've also got Howard Staunton tweeting in.
Yes.
Some little chess haiku or chess poem here. Greet your opponent heartily on arrival, and then do your best to pummel him soundly on the bloodless battleground. All right. Well, it sounds like a great rallying cry, and one that the players are taking heed of in this game.
Knight takes F6 was played in that position. I would like to just very quickly show the time setting now for the players as we go to the big board, and we see that in Hikaru's game, they're move 22, both players with almost an hour on the clock, so no problem there. In the position with Vasily Topalov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vasily has an hour and 20 minutes left, and they're on move 39. I mean, that opening theory that they played, it wasn't necessary for him to think too much. Maxime has 33 minutes left, so they're going to make time control with no problem whatsoever. The game with Geary, he has got an hour and 6 minutes on the clock on Moon 27. Ding Liren has 47 minutes, so in 27 moves, no problem there. Peter and Fabi, they're just basically equal, near an hour, with Peter having a slight edge. The only real time setting that we see as a problem is Wesley against Levon after bishop to h5. Wesley only has 29 minutes left. The position looks slightly better for White. He has this move, Queen h3 as well. He is slightly better for White, but he has only 28 minutes left to make 21 moves.
Whoa.
So he should be able to manage that given the setting that there's really not a lot of tactics here for Black to bother him. He should be able to make quite a few moves, but it's kind of a moment like this one, I think, where he has to decide what he's going to do. Does he just want to draw and play solidly and then nothing happens? Or is he going to try for something, recognizing that there's a risk factor involved with the fact that he is the one who is in time pressure in this position? And it's not so easy, this position either, but take a look at one quick line. The move Queen h3 is interesting. The engines give this the whole position as equal, but Queen h3 is interesting, preventing bishop g6 because of the h-pawn. The engines give this move bishop to e2, and after rook to e1, simply rook to e8. And in this position, the engines are saying no problem at all for Black, although there's sharp moves like bishop c4 in the position, but still the engines are calculating this one out to say it should be equal. Wesley's going to search. He's going to search. He's going to search. He's the one that could have an advantage here, not Levon. But I think if he doesn't find anything, we're going to see this one lean towards the draw. And he has played the move Queen h3, so there he goes down that line.
Thank you, Maurice. Queen h3 does make life a little annoying there. There was a move that you didn't take a look at, and that was after. Oh, and now I understand why. It just a momentary blindness. Queen h3. I was thinking, okay, you were explaining why you didn't want to play bishop g6 and just give back, lose the h6 pawn. You wanted to play bishop e2. Momentary blindness. I was looking at queen g6 to defend, but g4. Oops, I've managed to impound my own bishop, trap it on the h5 square. So sorry about that.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the total end of the story, because I guess you might have like queen d8 or something, but it'd be pretty bad.
Queen d6 or something?
Yeah, or d8, but yeah, okay. Splitting hairs because you lose some pawns.
Exactly.
And we do have bishop e2 on the board, and we have Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with some thoughts in this round. I think we're yeah, here we are.
The break.
Hey guys, definitely some interesting games today, and I think specifically from a point of view that's completely strategical. And I like the idea in chess of the battle between long-term advantages and very specific things to the position, or what we call tactics. And in this case, I think that we have two games that really exemplify very well the power of trades and how that affects specific and long-term ideas. First, I want to take a look here at the game between Anish Giri with white pieces against Ding Liren. You can see that this bishop on d5, it has no opponent, it has a wonderful diagonal, and I think everybody's first instinct would be to move the bishop back now that it's attacked by the knight to f6. You can see all of these light squares are weak on black's camp. I think bishop a2 is something that a lot of people would immediately think of. But then you start realizing, well, maybe d5 at some point, if black ever gets this move, would allow some kind of bind against this bishop, maybe c4 at some point, puts the bishop out of play. And instead of that, Giri decides that he wants the d5 square more than he wants the bishop. He realizes that the knight on f6, specifically in this position, is a very important defender, and actually completely ignores the fact that the bishop is, as you could say, under attack. He plays the move queen f3 with the idea that if you take on d5, I can take back with the knight. The knight's a great piece. And then suddenly, because of the absence of the knight on f6, there's a lot of problems for black. I'm threatening to play f6 myself. If you place f6 at any point, I can start thinking about going g4, h4, g5, pushing forward on this side of the board, and that starts to look very, very dangerous. So I really like this idea that even though the bishop looks very powerful and it seems like a piece you want to preserve, right now this knight on f6 is doing a very important job on controlling the king side or not allowing f6 to happen for the white side. You can see that its body here on a5 is not a very happy knight. It can't easily retreat into the game. I really like the position for Giri after queen f3. I think the computers are only giving him a very slight advantage from a practical point of view. I think his position is really nice. And a very similar scenario we have here in the game between Vishy Anand, who came with an excellent preparation, against Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru, after a very long think, puts his knight from d5 to b4, attacking the bishop to d3. And I was doing my commentary with Robert Hess, and I thought, okay, obviously Anand is going to preserve such a beautiful bishop, play bishop e4, put it in this wonderful diagonal. Look at this bishop, defense pawn on c2, it's centralized, attacks b7, it gets away from the knight. But Vishy, he comes up with another idea. I'm not so stronger. If it's not stronger, it's just different, and I really like it. He plays queen e2 with the idea that even though you think this is just a huge concession, giving up bishop for a knight, not only that, but ruining your pawn structure. Notice that you have an isolated pawn. There's a lot of specific problems for the black side now. Now that you've moved the knight around so many times, e5 is particularly weak. Because I put the queen on e2, I can always think of moves like queen e4, targeting both the queen side here and the king side that has been weakened by the early move h5. Rook d1, d4 might come at some point. I like that the rook's still on f1. Sometimes I can even play f4 to blast open the position if in case that black defends with the move f6 on the pawn on e5. So I like that the specific idea of how many tempi black has developed with and that the pawn on e5 is weak trumps the fact that the bishop pair is a very strong long-term strategical goal, and the fact that the pawn will be weak in the long term. Right now, it's e5 that's a problem, and I really like this queen e2 move. So funnily enough, even though both sides here, Anand and Giri, had the option of preserving what seemed to be a very strong bishop, they actually chose a queen move that accelerated the development a little bit, goes for a very specific initiative, and allows the trade of piece that one would say strategically doesn't make a lot of sense, but because of the specific factors of the position, it's actually very strong moves. For more information on today's round, we'll go to the studio with Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
Hello, we are back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup Round 3, proving to be the most exciting round so far, with knights on E7, knight horse galore, blunders, brilliancies. Very exciting round. Where do you want to take us, Yaz?
Well, let's start with the game between two of our co-leaders, Wesley So versus Levon Aronian. When we left it last, we had seen this move, Queen H3, attacking the bishop. The bishop was forced to step down into White's camp. Bishop E2, Rook E1, and Rook E8, walking into a pin. And after the move Bishop C4, Black has this very nice move that saves his position. Queen F4, attacking this knight, looking, oops, my arrows are bad, as well as looking towards this bishop on C4. Queen takes H6, Queen takes D2, and we get a forced perpetual check in this line that I'm showing here. So it appears as if this game between our two co-leaders is heading towards a draw, but the real surprise is the endgame between MVL and Veselin Topalov. While we were on break, Maurice Ashley was explaining that he now thinks that Veselin Topalov is going to draw a game that we thought he was going to lose.
Really? I thought for a while we were thinking that it was like definitely two results possible. I mean, there was a lot of those variations that it looked like it was difficult for...
But I always thought that MVL would find a way.
Yeah.
But I want to toss it over to Maurice and ask him, in that ending between Veselin Topalov, why is Veselin escaping having blundered a pawn in the opening?
Well, it's all about that A-pawn. That A-pawn is a problem for the knight on D5, and it's not so easy to get everything going on the other side of the board. The engines are definitely furiously calculating how you're going to make headway on this side, and one way to play is just simply H3 to make sure that there's no obvious monkey business happening here. White will be able to bring the king to help and also threaten to push the A-pawn down the board. Those are the two problems that Black faces, and this bishop is such a flexible piece. Bishops are fantastic as compared to knights at dealing with passed pawns. They often attack them and force them to go on the wrong color and then just blockade them securely. It's not so easy to figure out what the heck you should be doing here with Black. One idea is to play the move knight to C7 and maybe think about bringing your king over to C6. Unfortunately, as soon as you come this way, this king scoots this way, and you start to see some challenge here for White, for Black that is. If king D5, he just hangs out and waits and says, what do you do to make progress? This knight is tethered to this pawn now on A5, and in the meantime, what do you do? And it's fascinating because yesterday we saw an endgame on Topalov's part where it looked like he might have some chances to win against Fabiano Caruana. Well, clearly he was winning earlier in the position, and he ended up not being able to win and drawing the game. Somewhat unlucky for him. Today it's his turn. It seems possibly to get the luck, the favor of Lady Luck returned to him, and maybe he will be able to draw a game where, to all rights, he simply should have lost.
Well, when D5 happened, for sure.
Yes.
But the endgame was never going to be easy for MVL. It was always going to be like a big technical ask.
Yes.
But I'm sure MVL will go back and wonder and feel bad that he missed that idea D5.
Indeed. But come on, Rook C2 is so compelling.
Of course.
Nine times out of 10, you take the pawn and ask questions later.
Yeah, understandable. But also at his level, I think when he realizes that, he might be disappointed. But we do have DJ Rule J tweeting in our hashtag Sinquefield Cup saying that the biggest blunder so far of the day is my jacket. Again.
Why?
You don't like metallic?
No, I like your jacket, the metallic silver gray look. What's the issue?
Space age. But again, it's a matter of taste, because Spoo Artist said that my jacket is hot flames, which is a compliment.
Absolutely.
It's like an emoticon. I don't know if you know what that means.
No, what's an emoticon?
We'll deal with that some other time. It's a long discussion.
Long discussion.
More complicated than Rook Endgames.
Very good, very good. But no, I like your outfits. You always look good, Jeff. A funny game that I'm still having trouble fully understanding is the one between Peter Svidler and Fabiano Caruana. Maurice had drawn our attention to this bishop on c6, this white bishop on c6, this dominating bishop trying to suggest to black the moment this bishop on c8 tries to go to b7 or d7 is going to be captured, and thanks to these two rooks sitting on prettily on this f-file, the c-file is going to be unleashed. The problem is Fabiano very cagily has just said, that's okay, you've got your bishop on c6, I'm going to play around it. Let me just leave that bishop on c6 for as long as possible so that the energy of these doubled rooks on the c-file is not potent. And he's basically saying to black, black is actually saying to white, well, what are you going to do? Now, having said that, I mean, it seems to me that Peter's done everything he's supposed to. He's developed all of his pieces, saved king, nice bishop on c6. He's got to have an edge in here somewhere.
Well, but yes, come on, rook c5.
Rook c5
actually is something to do.
Yeah.
So black has to be careful because rook c5 will be a statement move after now the queen has moved up.
Rook c5 is what you're saying is on.
And
his
isn't he threatening knight takes e5 right now also? So concretely, there's the threat of knight takes e5 because the rook on d8.
I mean, I guess we could play bishop h3, desperado, but.
Okay, so let me just let's see what move can I make here for.
But that means that white actually has knight e5 as a possible threat and rook c5 as a real threat. So it's not like white is all dressed up with nowhere to go.
Yeah,
he's got moves.
A4 is a move that could be in the agenda later too.
Oh, just a second. Okay, so let's see it. So e5, e4, knight goes to d4, I presume. You could play knight e5 as well, but then I'll take your pawn on h3. And I wanted to play knight h7, okay? So what I'm trying to do is say, I'm trying to leave you with this bishop on c6.
Bishop e4. Bishop e4.
Oh no! Bishop e4. I was just about to play knight to g5 and sacrifice on h3. Thank you. That clears the cobwebs. Bishop e4 is simply
just
excellent.
Point out for the fans again why just the variation, knight h7.
Sure, because the problem is I've left this rook hanging on d8 in this variation.
Queen is overworked.
Oops.
And here, bishop h3 doesn't even work because we actually have the in-between move, bishop takes h7 check, and we're just winning all the guys.
Okay, let's continue. Rook d6. I've kind of tipped my hand as to what I have in mind. What I do have in mind is bishop h3, knight h7, and with all the white pieces on the queen side, there's no guards for the king.
So
I was going to let the bishop on c8 is hanging now.
So bishop e4, there's bishop h3.
And now
bishop e4, bishop h3 is the way I want to go.
And knight c6 is possible, but then your move queen takes e4
actually threatens checkmate. I see a tactic. Bishop f5 instead of knight c6.
Okay, so bishop takes h3, bishop f5. The position just exploded, didn't it? Rook, I got to play rook takes d4. I'm not getting that blow.
There's a mate threat on the back row. Watch out. Rook c8 check is
a threat.
Problematic as well.
So let's see. Rook d4, rook c8. I've got a block.
You have rook d8 coming.
And then you could take on h3 and no, I didn't get the. You guys aren't nice people. You're not letting me attack you for free.
We just feel like Peter's pieces don't lack as much energy as you accuse them of.
Well, no. I was trying to say that the bishop on c6 is great, but it interferes.
Yeah, we prefer it not to be there, so we could just Right. That's why these tactics like knight e5 and bishop takes e4 are coming into the game.
Right. So that's an interesting strategic battle, but you're right. If white just gets to play rook c5 and knight e5, he's going to be totally dominant.
Play that line again, e4, knight d4, and make a waste move in this position.
I played rook d6.
No, that wasn't a waste move because you hung the c8 bishop. Play something like king for fun, king. Or let's say that one, for example. Okay. Not really thrilled moving my rook away, but let's say that. This position is funny because this could be one of those all dressed up and nowhere to go kind of things, but I find it hard to believe. Maybe rook c5 anyway?
Anyway, rook c5 anyway. Makes a lot of sense to me. And I wanted to play knight h7 and knight g. The reason that rook c5 is really so good, Maurice, is you're just stopping my queen g5 kind of opportunities.
It's going to be slow but sure. Something's going to emerge out of nowhere.
For white. Yeah, I'm beginning to like it more and more for white. And definitely Fabiano has to come up with a series of very good moves.
Yes.
Not to just get strategically strangled.
And now, when I look now at the Engine's analysis, the Engine's saying, screw the A-pawn. I got to get my pieces out. Playing bishop f5 as the main move, giving away this pawn right now, and b4 as a way to play, but admitting that it's a pawn deficit. I know you like pawns, so you weren't happy to see what just happened, for sure. And after rook to c5, well, the rook has very few squares.
The rook c5 looks very good.
Is trapped. And now the move rook d1, check. Rook
nice.
Takes, queen takes on c5, and now bishop a4, and this is looking better and better for white. I don't know. Black definitely got white off of him, for sure, but it's a pawn.
It's a pawn.
It's a pawn, and bishop to e6 is being given. Struggling now is black to try to prove something, but I'm not clear on what the compensation is going to be. But the Engine's giving this as the best line for black right now. Best line is bishop e6, and he hasn't moved yet. So this is an interesting one. I think that he's definitely better in that position. But let's take a look at this position that did go wild. f6 was played. Knight takes f6 by Ding Liren. Queen takes a6, Anish Giri. And now queen d7. Ding did not want to trade off queens, but he's looking for a moment when he can play rook takes on c2, maybe get his queen over to g4. But rook a b1, first things first, let's deal with this b-pawn. He's ignoring all those threats, and he felt the need to play the move rook to c5, guarding this pawn, and now a4. We know when you are down an exchange, the last thing you want to see happen is the rook start to stream into your position, because you're down an exchange. After all, the advantage for the other side is the fact that they have a rook, and the rooks desperately need open files. If black could have shut down the open files, then no problem. But here come the rooks. First he played f6. This is a potential file. Now he's playing a4, and now the b file is a real issue. B takes on a4 had to be played, and now can white get in? White only has 4 pawns left, by the way. I'm looking at black with 6 pawns. The move here, rook b7. The Indians give rook b8 as well, but rook b7 trying to create some lateral action along this line. Queen to c6. Now you'd be happy to trade, but it's not likely that white is going to let that happen. Queen to a8 check. And what is this? Rook takes on f6. Whoa. All right, now you're awake. If you take back, then you're getting mated by rook takes, check. King have to run up the board, and now this check. The king continues to have to go up the board, and simply rook takes on f6, and black is completely busted with nothing to do. So rook takes f6, now possible as we look at these lines. It turns out, though, that white is not winning after rook takes on c2. Mate threat on this square. Looks like white is just hovering one step away from doubling rooks and crushing black. But now a problem, if you play rook f2 stopping the mate, check, and bam, and you got to go through perpet in this position. Actually, no, sorry. After rook f1, the engines are saying that you can trade and create a perpet this way with this check, because now you can't get away from the perpetual checks. This game is crazy right now, guys. This is a sick position for sure. So rook, this is what Anish is calculating after b takes a4. He's starting to look at those lines to see if there's something in there for him, because it's quite forcing. This rook move is very serious with all the pressure along this line. And again, if you offer the queen trade, everything is forced. And suddenly this, but it turns out that black can survive by his fingernails. So that's a great position for us to keep an eye on. And back to this position again, and it looks as though Topalov has figured it out how to save this position. So I would predict a draw in this game.
Thank you very much. And we have an interview with Eric Hansen.
That's right. We've got Grandmaster Eric Hansen, and he's going to interview Tatev Abrahamian, who's been doing the Twitter. And, you know, actually, I just posted a poll on my Twitter feed, inspired by a poll on their Twitter feed that asked if my jacket was a hit or a miss. So you can vote on that.
Oh, it's a hit.
I would think so. And then my question was, is Anand's knight on e7 a hit or a miss?
That's more controversial.
You got to pick one or the other. I say hit. But as we'll see when we come back, that knight has actually disappeared. But first, let's go to Tatev and Eric.
We are here outside the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, and joined with me to my left is Women's Grandmaster Tatev Abrahamian. Tatev, I know you help out with this tournament. Could you tell the audience a bit more about what you do during an event like this?
During the games, I'm running the official Twitter account, which is at Grand Chess Tour, and I'm updating the Twitter account with anything that happens during the games, with photos, player interviews, and answering any questions that the users have. So everyone is welcome to send us questions using the hashtag Sinquefield Cup. After the games, I annotate the games and I write the recap for the day, which is published on the official website and also printed on the Cup Chronicle, which is available at the Chess Club.
Sounds like a lot of work. So 2016 Sinquefield Cup, who's your pick to win the tournament?
Personally, I'm rooting for Aronian and Fabiano Caruana.
The American and the Armenian. So I had a question that I've wanted to ask for a while. I know that you promote chess, social media, also chess and fitness. In your opinion, who posts the best selfies in the chess world?
I have to go with our current U.S. Women's Champion, Nazi Pakidze, but I think I'm trying to be up there with her.
You're competing with her? Well, I was hoping you'd say me. Next question I have is, when do you think the first woman will play in a Sinquefield Cup, and who that will be?
Well, I think the clear pick is Hu Yifan, who's been up there, who's been close to 2,700, but she hasn't been doing that well lately. She's been losing some rating. Also, I have to say Ju Wenjun has been doing really well. She's getting close to 2,600. I don't think anyone is that close, but hopefully maybe in 5 years one of them will be here.
And lastly, would you like to be a chess bra?
Definitely not.
There you have it. Back to the studio with more analysis.
Hearty laughter by that intro.
Well, our production team is really having a lot of fun. I like those graphics.
We are, and shout out, we've got actually a result here. Wesley So and Aronian have concluded their game in a draw. Mm-hmm. And I would also like to give a shout out to Jen Humer, who takes the credit, I think, for that lovely eye makeup on Tatev.
Very nice.
Credit where credit's due. And another game has finished. I mentioned that that knight on e7, which added so much juice in the position and intrigue, did disappear. And with that, the game quickly equalized.
So the thing. Well, let's go.
The thing is, as one of our most prolific tweeters, Tarjei Svensson, who's also very complimentary of this broadcast, he says it's great. He said that one of the problems with all these exciting games is that a lot of time the exciting games fizzle out quickly.
True.
Into draws, and we are seeing that with two games that were so promising that both of them have drawn after just 2.5 hours.
Interestingly enough, one of them was the Najdorf, that was the Vishy game. But let's just see what happened. It did turn out to be a perpetual, but it wasn't the move Queen F4 that I had expected. Rather, Queen D8, similar ideas. Black returns the favor, attacking a minor piece on D2, and at the same simultaneously protecting the rook so that the bishop is about to move. Queen takes H6, grabbing a pawn. Bishop takes C4, trade of rooks. Queen takes G5, and now after check, Black moved his king, and there's these annoying threats of Queen E1 check and Queen E3 check, and so Wesley decided that it was prudent to simply make a perpetual check, and that game ended in a draw. The other game that ended in a draw was between Vishy and Hikaru, and that looked to be quite exciting, actually, but somehow a lot of pieces got traded. The knight dropped in on E7, and then the move A4, bishop C6. This is how he got rid of his knight on E7. Captured, and there was all of these forcing trades, getting us into this rook ending, and after rook takes D3, rook here, the players agree to a draw.
So fair enough.
I think so.
At least it was an exciting. It gave us some intrigue, even though it
No
didn't
question
continue.
about it. It was a sharp struggle, but it seems like the players had all the answers for their opponents. Back to a moment for the game between MBL and Vesselin. After knight c7, check, king e6. This is what we currently have. And basically, like Maurice was saying, just posing the question to Black, how do you think you're going to make progress with your knight? I love that word, by the way, Maurice, tethered to the a5 pawn. It's not a big factor, and as soon as white plays h2, h3, the bishop will deal with the passed pawns on the king side. This, too, looks like it's heading for a draw.
And we've got some more tweets coming in. Genghis Clown says that he loves that purple-haired girl, a.k.a. Katev Abrahamian, one of the strongest players every year in the Women's Championship. And this year almost won, of course.
Oh, that was brutal. Don't remind Katev. That was a brutal miss.
Yeah, but she always does well in the Women's Championship, so for sure more opportunities to come, and also manages the Twitter feed during these tournaments, which is always so active.
And let's go to the game of Ding Liren. We mentioned, Maurice mentioned that after rook b8, rook takes f6 sacrifice. We saw it in a different move order. We were looking at queen a8. I think it was queen a8. Wasn't it queen c7 or something? No, there was a rook c2, right? But that was not what happened. Instead, rook takes f6 immediately, g takes f6, queen a8, and it's very clear that white's intention is to go after black's king with rook h8 check and queen g8. But we have a special guest in our studio.
That's right. Welcome to the show. We have Wesley So, one of the leaders right now of the Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Wesley So, after a very interesting game, some weirdness happened in this game. Did he surprise you with the sacrifice? Knight takes f2. Certainly that's part of this line when you prepare it, but it's never been played before, at least in the database that we looked at.
Yeah, he caught me unexpected with this knight takes f2. Never seen that idea before. But apparently he prepared all this, so it's might not be the best move, but for practical game, it turned out to be very good. Also, I was getting low on time, thinking what's the best way to defend, and so I think very good practical decision for his part.
Were you worried when the move happened, or you felt like it's got to be good for you getting the two pieces?
No, I wasn't worried. I had a lot of pieces to defend my king, but at the same time, I didn't want to go so far and go into complications. I was trying to exchange queens first of all. Because he gets compensation as long as the queens are on the board. And he played very ambitiously today. But at the end of the day, I think a draw was a fair result. Perhaps we both could have improved at some point, but I'm not sure where.
When he played the move g5, were you shocked by that, or did you expect to see a move like that come on the board?
No, I wasn't shocked. I actually thought knight e5 was stronger.
Right, the engines agree that knight e5 was actually stronger as well.
Yeah, so I was more worried about this one. When he played g5, I kind of thought, it's this can't be working. It's too much. He weakens his pawns in front of his king. But in the end, I wanted to finish my development, so I played bishop e3. But it turned out it's nothing more than equality. In fact, knight b8 to rook a d8. And the problem is Levon is very familiar with the Marshall Gambit, and this position kind of reminds me of the Marshall. Black sacrifices material, but as you can see, has an enormous lead in development. So I decided to play safe and go for this line. So now he took on e3, bishop h5. In fact, when I played queen h3, I thought he would go bishop g6, but I suppose it's more or less equal.
It looks like all the lines go towards equality.
Yeah, and he also surprised me with rook e8. But I didn't see anything other than a draw, so perhaps...
Yeah, by now the engine's already saying that you guys are equal in this position.
Yeah, queen d8 was a good move. Yeah.
So round 3 is done. You're at +1. Still a co-leader. What are your thoughts in this position in the tournament?
Well, still one game at a time. Obviously, in these kinds of tournaments, it's very hard to win even a single game. So, I guess everybody has to work for the full point. It doesn't come easy.
Nothing comes easy here. Well, congratulations on a decent result, and get ready for tomorrow's game.
Well, thank you. Keep up the good work. Speaking of which, is Anish winning? Or
you want to be a commentator now?
No, it's just because I cannot see the evaluation of the computer. But
well, let's see if we can pull up the board. Yasser, please do us the honors and see if we can get Anish's board on the screen.
This is the current position. Queen went to c6, check, and white to play. So let's imagine Queen g8 check, yeah?
Yeah, King f5.
King, where do we go? f5?
Yeah. Try to run.
Well,
just very fascinating position. With
can't imagine how fast does he get in? It looks like he can't get a win in quickly enough.
Yeah, well, maybe black is winning. H3, threatening mate.
And if King E6 in this position?
Whoa, King E6.
King E4 is possible too.
Seems black king safe behind the 4-pawn shelter. This one. Queen D7, Queen G4.
Yeah, Queen G4 is F5 in that position. All right, well, that one we will definitely look at. We'll let you go outside and do that. We have a queue of players ready to be interviewed. So we will get those players in. But thank you very much for your time.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Wesley, for joining us. Anytime, Wesley, you want to come take the commentary booth, jump right in, baby. The water's fine.
We need to keep our jobs. He might be too good at this job. You know how charming this guy is? They might fire us.
Yeah, well, the best selfies of the chess world, definitely I have to agree with Tata for Nazi, but best smile?
Wesley.
Right here, Wesley.
Well, you know, actually, the truth is, he would take your position because you're the resident expert here, yeah. So you're not going to be at the computer board. So all right, so you're out of here. Okay, Wesley can always come in.
Thank you, Wesley. We left it.
Oh, so Bishop E6 was played here.
Some time ago. I'm bringing up the game between Peter Svidler and Fabiano Caruana. Peter, as we know, started extremely badly, 0-2. Today, finally, he has the white pieces, and what a relief that must be. After the move Bishop E6, Peter's eyeing that pawn on A6 as well as the pawn on E5. And, of course, you mentioned the desperado. Every time we play knight E5, it's usually met by bishop H3.
Right, and there's no counter desperados, are there? I mean, I'm always looking at like knight F7 type stuff, but
right.
Then.
Well, why not? I mean, let's just have some fun.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's just take a look. Our knight might end up actually somehow getting trapped after these
bishop H3, knight F7.
It's not like this knight. Oh, pardon me. It has a tempo. I think.
Exactly, but maybe we can get active with a. I was also thinking maybe there's that rook d2 or something.
Yeah.
Or even immediately instead of.
Just rook d2 at once. Probably transposes.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way to. I was just looking to see if there's any tactics, but no. And so now we've lost a pawn, but meanwhile your king safety has really gone down. And one person who's watching this game is actually NFL lineman John Urschel. He said he's spending his day off watching the Sinquefield Cup of the Grand Chess Tour, and of course he's supporting his boy, U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana. So
very nice.
And we have Levon Aronian, the reigning Sinquefield Cup champion. He's with Maurice Ashley right now.
Well, we saw Wesley So was entertained by the position with Anish playing against Liren, and the first thing that Levon sat down and said was, "Wow, exciting games today." So these players are fans as well. Levon, today's game with Wesley was quite intriguing. You clearly prepared this new move, knight takes on f2. Tell us more about this.
I wasn't really expecting to receive this position, but I have analyzed it maybe half a year ago, just as a backup variation. Knight f2, d6, I didn't really go deep into details, but the position looks playable. I'm not sure I played all the right moves, but it seemed kind of logical. And then, yeah, I saw that bishop e3 probably leads to a draw, but I didn't think that my position is better or anything. So,
were you surprised in this moment? You surprised us. He played the move queen d2, and you responded with g5, which seemed like a radical solution. Knight e5 was available in that position.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about knight e5 because queen d4, rook e8, bishop f4. I thought white has a safe position there.
All right, okay. So there's a queen sacrifice in that position. Queen f4, knight d3.
Yeah, I know.
Right,
and he takes,
and then rook e2.
Right, I thought about this, but I wasn't sure this is any good for me because his pieces were coming out. But maybe I didn't see something, perhaps.
So you're at +1. You had black today with the draw. Is it just what the doctor ordered?
That's right. Waiting for patience.
That is indeed your philosophy. Well, we'll let you go. You get a nice, relaxing round, and enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. LeVon, I do have a question before you go. I don't want to, how do you say, plumb all of your opening secrets or something, but I did have a question for you, which was, in this position, after you moved d6, everything looked very forced, but at the end of the day, after takes on d6, takes on f2, I really just felt that this position was more comfortable for white. That is to say, I liked the two minor pieces against the rook versus pawn. Did you feel that it was equal or better for white, or just simply playable? I would have assumed that you would like to play white's position here.
Actually, I think this position is kind of critical, but the important thing is that black can play what I felt during the game, c5 here.
Yes.
And after knight bd2, bishop b7.
Yes.
The move knight c4 is not available because of bishop f3. And queen h4 check is threatening. So, and in case white doesn't have knight c4, black has a very comfortable position because I'll just come out with my pieces and launch an attack on white's king. So I felt that here, objectively, position is still around equal, but it's easier to play with black because the bishop on b7 is a very strong piece.
Thank you so very
much.
much.
That's why that guy is strong, because when knight c4 got played here, I played the dumb d5, but bishop f3, of course, was a great move. So now, yes. See, again, you got this guy doing commentary, man. They're gonna fire you.
No, I'm in jeopardy. My job's in jeopardy, no question. And LeVon would be a great commentator. My goodness. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, LeVon. So where do we go, Jen? What's on our?
Yeah, what do we have left
we
here?
Still
We've got
have
this
the
game,
MBL,
the Vishy Topalov Maxime game.
Which
We've also got, of course, Svidler and Fabiano Caruana. That might be the most juicy right now.
Right.
We're looking at all these fascinating tactics with knight takes e5.
But wait a minute, the most juicy has to be the king hunt.
Oh yes, yes.
Let's take a look at what happened between Anish and Liren. We saw this checks. Here, I stopped to play the move h2, h3 to set up a mate in one threat with queen g4. Anish says, I don't need to do that. Let me just munch a pawn. And now, well, what else can black possibly do but create his own mating threats with rook takes c2, attacking this pawn on g2, and it's helter-skelter to me. I don't know. Is this convincing?
A lot to analyze, and we will get to this king hunt. But first, we have a man who had a knight on e7 in a game that was in Bughouse, your favorite.
Right. Oh, give me a knight.
And we have the legend, Vishy Anand, with us, and Maurice is here.
Looks like all these players are transfixed by this one particular position, because Anand also paying attention to this result, this particular game, I should say, between Liren and Anish Giri, and he pointed out that this, you have to be careful because it looks like white could get some drawing chances. Clearly, black is the one who's very secure, even though his king is up the board. Your game, though, was quite intriguing. We saw some original maneuvers, a knight plopping down on e7 for one. What were your thoughts about your potential advantage or not while you were playing the game?
Well, I was very optimistic when I saw the idea. I was surprised he went bishop d4, allowing f5, f6, knight d5, e7. But at the same time, it's not like I was ecstatic, because I know that in many situations, if it doesn't work, you're just lost. The knight doesn't come back. Black brings the king to e6, follows f6, what have you. So I knew it was a very risky decision, but I looked, and for a while I felt very optimistic. But it was hard to get anything practical going. The problem after rook d8 is I cannot play bishop e3, because he takes, queen takes e3, and bishop b5. And bishop takes d3 and e4, shutting down the e file. So I played a4. I mean, I thought later on I felt a4 wasn't necessary. I could have gone bishop d2. And there's a cute tactic that the computer shows, which is bishop c6, bishop a5.
Yes, we're actually...
Yeah, b6, bishop b4. But I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen bishop a5. So, not that it's decisive or anything. After bishop a5, for instance, rook d7 is just a position. But, so he went, I had to play a4 to stop bishop b5. He went bishop c6. And as far as I can tell, he's in time to solve his problems. So, I didn't see a way forward. The problem is, if black castles, even if he's a pawn down, my pawns a4, b2, d3 are so weak that black can even still be better. If I don't have queen at 6 working somewhere, I can very easily be worse there. So, I mean, I couldn't really see how I could fish around with queen g5 or something, because he plays rook d5, king d7, and his pieces control all the entry squares very well. So I thought it was a fair result.
Definitely a fair result based on that analysis. He played quite strongly. How are you feeling now? It's 3 rounds in. How are you feeling about your play? Yesterday's game certainly was heroic defense. Today, just kind of a basic GM game?
Well, it was a very original setup. I mean, this is all fairly new. And so we're still groping maybe in the dark a bit. But I think he defended well and didn't really get much going.
And what do you think about this crazy game between Anish and Ding Liren? Are you excited by it?
What has happened? Has Ding played rook c2?
Yes.
Isn't queen at 7 a draw?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah, okay, so that's a big save, because the computer shows king e4 is winning for black instead of rook c2. Though, to be honest, I don't know if that's after queen takes f7, but somehow but I don't know if humans can play like this as well. And queen f6, rook c2, and you don't really get to mate the black king.
Right.
At least. But I can hardly blame the guy for taking the draw. So we were checking h3 as well, but then it's fascinating. Black goes king e4, and this was riveting stuff.
And there they go, repeating moves, so it looks like it will be a draw. Well, we'll let you go.
Yeah.
And enjoy the evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure, thanks.
Vishy, I have a question for you in your game, if you don't mind, just for a second. Your career has absolutely been extraordinary, and you've seen, the classical chess, and remember the days of Anatoly Karpov. You couldn't have an isolated queen pawn because you were strategically lost. And today's play, which is extraordinarily dynamic, and static factors are taking a backseat to that. I had 2 moments for you, if you don't mind. The move d6, d5, when you chose to trade, the classical player in me said, well, aren't you helping black by exchanging and helping him with his development? I had expected you to castle. Could you just tell me why you didn't castle?
Well, because after e5, knight d5, castles...
I meant castle immediately. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand. But if the black pawn is on h7, I agree with everything you said.
Okay.
But with the pawn on h5, he's always going to have to defend that and expend a certain amount of effort defending that.
Right.
So you either play g6, which weakens things further, or you don't, in which case you don't castle. And it's that kind of thing. So the reason I mean, castles may be reasonable as well, but black may be able to play d4, knight e2, knight c6, f4, f6 or something, and then just castle queenside. And he has a lot of space. E d5, knight d5 castles is quite interesting for white. because of this pawn on h5. So it's very difficult for black to hold on to both the e5 and h5 pawns. And in fact, it's quite dynamic. White will get rook b1, a4, queen f3. There are just lots of moves happening.
And the second question is right here when you played the move knight b4. Again, the classical player in me says, don't give up the bishop. What you did was really creative with f4, f5, f6, stinking your knight on e7.
Well,
As you said, it's bold.
Bishop e4, I didn't like f5.
And this was a question. How did you, or did you evaluate this position?
Well,
as,
I couldn't say. Well, this
even
queen d1, rook d1, knight c6 wasn't clear to me.
Sorry,
no, sorry. A3, queen d1, rook d1, knight c6. I can take rook e1.
Yes.
And after bishop d6, I have bishop f4. That's possible.
Yes.
Okay, so he plays fe4.
Just a second. You're so fast, I can't keep up with you. Rook e1. For our audience, Vishy in a flash just points out that after bishop d6, he has bishop f4, and white's good. So sorry.
By the way, you just said white's good as though everybody in the world saw that as well. So you got to show the rest of the variation.
I'm channeling Vishy here. Okay.
Okay,
so,
but first of all, fe4, ab4, queen d1. I think we should, queen d1 should be done quickly.
Okay.
Because leaving queens is not very
because
pleasant.
h5 pawn,
Rook d1, bishop takes b4.
Yeah.
Knight takes e4. I mean, bishop f5.
And it's just okay. Yeah.
It might. I mean, at the very best, I might get some pawn on e4 against opposite color bishops or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is rook d5 on here?
Rook d. Ooh,
Ah,
thank you, Maurice.
Maurice
with the tactics.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my idea. Rook d5.
So maybe I have to play rook d8 or something here.
Okay. All right. Well, it was just a thought because, again, the classical player in me was like bishop e4 and don't make that trade. But, again, in your career, because you span, you bridge generations, you've seen this classical play and this modern play. Talk to our audience a bit about that. Do you think the players of today, because of this dynamic play, are forced to see a lot more and evaluate a lot more different plans, because in the old days you just say, oh, isolated queen pawn, I know what to do?
Yeah, our understanding of many things has to keep evolving. I mean, nowadays everything is so tactical. Something works or it doesn't. And this is maybe the biggest change to get used to. So I've had to learn that a lot of moves which I thought were ugly are very strong. I had to learn that a lot of moves which I think are very good are not. And I wouldn't say we have discarded all classical principles, but so many nuances in chess, and that's probably the hardest thing to slowly learn. I wonder what kind of conversation I would have with Polagevsky or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. If we ever sat down somewhere for a chat, it would be slightly disorienting.
For him, that is.
For him, yes. I mean, we always used to wonder what would happen if Morphy came back in the 60s and would he recognize chess? But I think that question is much stronger now.
Absolutely. Yeah. The game has evolved so much with the use of engines. Well, thanks so much for that exposition. Yaz is trying to lose his job by having players like you give so much commentary, which I don't mind, as long as I keep mine. So thank you very much and have a good evening, guys.
Thank you, Vishy. And I like what Vishy was saying when he was saying, I had so much to unlearn. You know, that moves that he thought were pretty and good turned out not to be so strong, and moves that he thought were really ugly turned out to be correct.
I like his imaginary dinner.
I'd
like to be able to spy in that one as well.
Yeah, I've often thought, how wonderful it would be to have a dinner conversation with an Alekhine or a Capablanca myself. Fantasies.
Which one would be your top pick?
Kappa.
Kappa. What about not Morphy?
Oh, Morphy for sure.
Yeah.
No question. I mean, he'd be included, of course.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be a big dinner.
He'd be invited.
Oh, most definitely.
Another player who would be fun to see talking to those guys, Hikaru Nakamura. He's with Maurice about today's game against Anand.
Absolutely, an incredibly dynamic player is Hikaru Nakamura. In today's game was fascinating. His knight ended up on e7, isolated pawn on d3. What's working and not? Your king in the middle of the board. Classical principles sort of out the window this game. What were your feelings as you were playing it?
Yeah, you know, the first thing is that I had a game against Gadakamsky in 2013 in the Sinquefield Cup the first year where he also got a knight on e7. I mean, it was a little bit different in that I didn't have the bishop pair, but it was still like I had a bishop on e6, I hadn't castled, and, you know, I had king e8, rook h8, and he got knight e7, pawn f6. So it kind of reminded me of that game a little bit, but in this one at least, I think I was doing okay throughout. I mean, the position was strange. I mean, the way I played it was interesting to say the least. But I think as long as I did what I did in the game with like bishop c6 and rook d8, I was always okay, I think. But it was all very tricky, I think, for both of us. Because I mean, one wrong move by me and I'm just losing on the spot. And I think one wrong move by Vishy and suddenly the whole thing turns around and I can probably even end up much better.
Do you have a sense of the change in chess? This is a topic we've just been discussing. The change from the classical principles versus the very concrete dynamic. You're a bit on the young side to have lived through the whole classical period and the kind of indoctrination that we lived through. You're certainly a child of the computer generation as well. But do you appreciate the differences in the generations?
Well, first of all, I mean, I think a big part of why I play the way I did is I grew up in New York. I mean, I grew up with, you know, the American chess culture, so you know, it's more about just winning at all costs. It's not about, say, playing classical chess or playing proper chess. It's about winning games, and so I think playing at the Marshall and the Manhattan when I was very young certainly instilled that in me. So you know, I didn't grow up, you know, with classical principles, but still, obviously, every generation that comes up, you learn from the previous generation. So certainly, I have a lot of respect. Probably starting from about the time of Capablanca. I think if you look at before Capablanca, the players were of course very strong for their era, but I don't think they would have been they wouldn't have been grandmasters by modern standards. Whereas I think from Capablanca onwards, they clearly were of grandmaster strength. So from Capa onwards, I mean they're all very strong players, and you know, we all learn a lot from their games.
You had a poor first round, but it seems like you've bounced back, righted the ship. How are you feeling about the tournament right now?
I feel pretty good. I mean, certainly considering the way it started, losing to Wesley and then playing on Ish, to be on even after 3 rounds is quite nice, especially since I've had more blacks. But it's a long tournament, and you know, anything can happen. But I seem to be playing better, or at least I think I am. So that's always a good sign.
Well, keep playing better. We look forward to seeing the rest of your games.
All right, thanks, Maurice.
Hikaru Nakamura, the leader or co-leader in the Grand Chess Tour as of right now.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Hikaru. And we have a game still full of vim and vigor between Peter Svidler, who again obviously started very poorly, but is playing a very nice control game today. He's just captured this pawn on a6. And I saw that you were analyzing knight takes e5. What were your conclusions, Jen? Did you like knight e5 better than the choice of queen a6?
It looked promising. After bishop h3, there's a possibility of rook c5 instead of taking on h3, which looks really juicy.
Yeah,
because now we're threatening taking on h3, and also when we move the bishop back from c6, knight c6 is a monster.
Right.
Because it's hard to get rid of all of those pieces, right? So you can
it's triplets, is what you're saying.
That's
if
right.
the bishop were to drop back, for argument's sake, just to c8 for a moment, your bishop would drop back to f3, and it's like you can't get all your pieces out of the way.
You can, and we do have a special shout out. It's such a great crew here at the St. Louis Chess Club, but one of my favorites is our photographer and our director of photography, Kevin Duggan, and it is his birthday. So happy birthday! And we got the big baby and the little baby. In fact, he does have a 1-year-old who we got a chance to meet around the studio, and boy, is that kid cute.
Oh, adorable. I was playing high fives with him. He seemed to like that a lot. He's got the high five pat now.
Isn't that Kevin as a baby, though?
A lot of the credit is his wife, though, for how cute that kid is.
Of course. You see Kev, you see the kid. No. Absolutely. It's all about the wife.
But big happy birthday to Kevin, who always gets credit for making us look good on screen.
Thank you, Kev.
And Ding Liren, he is with Maurice Ashley. And we're always happy to see new and brilliant grandmasters come to St. Louis. And this is Ding Liren's first visit to the U.S.
Yes, and a chance for U.S. fans to realize just how strong a player this is. He's played 3 games so far against some of the best players in the world, and for him, no big deal, 3 draws. Today's game was definitely very interesting. Yeah. What were you thinking when you sacrificed this exchange? The game got extremely choked. Well, first you sacrificed a knight on c4, and then you sacrificed, this led by force of the sacrifice of the exchange. Were you thinking that you had really good chances to win this game?
No, I don't think so. I think I was slightly worse during the game when I sacrificed the exchange, because it's my only chance. If I did not sacrifice, my position very bad. So after that, I have better, good placed pieces, but he played Queen B7, and now I did not evaluate the position very well.
You played this when you played this move, Queen B7, Queen C6 going into an endgame, a straight endgame.
Yeah,
were you worried about trading queens in this position?
Yes, I'm worried about A4. After maybe A4, I thought.
After the trade of queens, A4.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe it's equal, I think.
And we have a result that looks like that game has indeed ended in a draw. Very surprising mistake by Topalov that seemingly he has gotten away with it. Anyway, we will talk to them shortly. So you didn't want to play Queen C6. When he played F6, did that worry you at all in your game?
In fact, I saw F6, and the computer suggests Queen C8.
Again, trading queens.
But I did not realize it, because I thought in the game so Wesley against Nakamura, White want to exchange queen in such position and exchange rook, so I just want to avoid to exchange queens. But maybe the position is difficult, it's different.
Right.
So,
but keeping queens on gave him some chances. When he finally started chasing your king down, what were you feeling right about then?
I did not see it at all.
The rook F6 sacrifice and your king being attacked?
When he played A4, I know he will sacrifice. But before that, I did not realize it. But unfortunately for me, I have Queen C6, and I was not worse. But in the end, I was not brave. I was not so brave. I just saw this is a draw and went go for it.
What about King E4? Did you? Yeah. Is that the move you saw and you didn't want to play?
I think I saw it, but I forgot I can play F5 if he check. So.
So the game ended in a draw.
Yeah.
Tell me, you've drawn 3 games so far. How do you feel about your situation in the tournament?
I thought things go better. I think in the last 2 games I played very well, and yesterday I just overlooked a tactic, very simple tactic, Bishop G2.
Bishop G2, yes.
But before that I played good, I think. So I think I'm satisfied with my performance.
So far, indeed, you're at 50% against some of the stars of chess. Ding Liren, the #1 Chinese player on the planet, also one of the top 10 players in the world, showing why he belongs at the Sinquefield Cup. So far, undefeated. Guys?
Thank you, Ding, and thank you, Maurice. Definitely, I feel that Ding, with his 3 draws, shows how strong a player he is. And with that, with the exception of the oversight against Bishop takes G2 against Wesley, things could have been much better. But he underestimated his position today. He really seems to think that after the queen trade A4, he was worried, whereas I really liked the exchange sacrifice. I thought that that was just a fine example of a kind of a Sicilian that we all know, rook takes C3, exchange sacrifice Sicilian. So maybe he needs to amp up that ambition a little bit more. And today, I think he missed some opportunity today. We have still one game going, at least, after the draw with MBO.
And we have our guest Anish Giri with us to talk more about that game.
Oh, please.
An absolutely sharp position. Definitely an interesting game. And always sharply dressed Anish Giri. Anish, this game was really interesting. It looked like you were squeezing a little something, and then you played this move Bishop E4, and he just threw out these scintillating sacrifices. What were you feeling when this happened on the board?
Well, the thing is, had he made good moves before that, I would have maybe not blundered it. But he made bad moves, which were rook e8 and h6. I think it was very important that I had b3, at least in my understanding. You can go here. Maybe instead of rook e8, I was thinking c4 is the way for black to go to, mess things up. And at some point, after cd, black gets knight b3 square for his knight in some variations. And in general, here I don't have a grip on his position. Whereas after a waiting move like he played, which is rook e8, which is actually useless, and I even think it's a bad move because f7 is hanging in some lines. So rook e8, I have b3, which is very, very nice because now c4 doesn't work because of takes and b4. So he has no counterplay whatsoever. The only problem is that I don't have a threat, which I thought I did. I thought my threat was bishop e4 followed by knight d5, and he would be completely busted, except that there is this trick. So here I would have to, since bishop e4 is not a good move, I have to. It's difficult for me to make progress, but of course I'm better. I can play king h1, h3, maybe rook f2. I still don't know if bishop e4 is ever possible, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of logical. He misplayed this position a little bit, and then I missed this c4, because otherwise he just completely busted. Yeah, and here after c4, suddenly I have an awful position. So, okay, I have to...
Were you shocked when c4 appeared on the board, or did you realize the knight c4 sacrifice before he played it?
Shocked is a big word. I thought it was kind of ironic that I managed to blunder even in a position like this. I didn't really feel all that shocked. I got a little bit of a numb feeling towards miscalculations. I don't care anymore. Miscalculation. I'm like, miscalculation. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Another miscalculation. Okay, fine. Let's move on. So Queen b7 was a good move, and now it's not so easy for him. What I would have done in his case is probably something very solid like Queen c6 to keep things together, and then he has a very pleasant endgame, but of course I'm going to hold it, most likely. Whereas he played it interesting, but after knight g4, f6, things got very complicated. Here he can still play something solid, but after knight f6, queen a6, I think he made one more strange move. After queen a6, he played rook queen d7, which I don't see what the point is. And now I basically have a decent position. I don't have any advantage, but yeah, I was seduced by the idea of this a4 or c4 and then going all out, where I thought he would have to be precise to make a draw. But after I saw queen c6, I saw the whole line that happened in the game, but after he played queen c6, actually before already, after I already took on f6, I realized that there is move king e4 here. And quite frankly, I didn't think I was losing at all. I thought the position is very unclear, and I'm probably a little bit worse objectively, but I saw that I'm completely lost. The thing is that after, let's say, rook h6, rook c2, rook f6, he doesn't have a mate, but a move like king d3, even king takes e3, I think king takes e3 actually. Rook f3, king d4.
That's a dancing king.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when a computer says that it's like -2.5, you feel much safer with the king on d4 than when you don't know the evaluation. But still, I don't see black taking any risk here at all. He simply missed the option of king e4, which, I was quite lucky. The funny thing is that instead of a4, if I had gone c4, and I actually saw this kind of variations coming, so I thought that c2 pawn would prevent king d3 in some lines. But in fact, after c4 in the same variation, I take on rook b8 check, king h7, take on f6, queen a8, queen c6. Exact same thing, check on h8, king g6, queen g8, king f5, queen f7. Now the funny thing is that visually, to me, it looked like a better version for black here, but because of the very strong c-pawn, and it's supported by both pieces and goes c3, c2, c1, and square on d3. But the funny thing is that now the rook is very numb on c5.
Right,
So
no
here,
natural counterplay.
After king f4, queen f6, I actually have real counterplay against the king, and as I saw afterwards in the analysis, this position is actually equal, as I thought, but not the other one.
Very paradoxical to see it from all the way
Yeah, and
back
probably
at c4.
probably it's obvious for good players, but to me it wasn't.
Well, you're quite a good player, and so
I used to be.
Thanks
back in
for
the day.
regaling us with a very
Thank you.
entertaining game, and we hope you find your stride in future games.
For sure.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anish. And after this result, shall we just take a quick look at the standings?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a quick look. Well, Levan Aronian, Wesley So, Vishy Anand, and Veselin Topalov, all with 2 points. So similar setup to what we saw before the round. And the one game that's pending, Svidler and Caruana, it seems like Svidler is the one pressing for sure. So we're not going to see anyone else enter that leader unless Svidler were to massively overpress and Fabio were to win the game. There are some variations here in which Svidler's queen could potentially get trapped, but I don't see that happening.
No. Well, I mean, we've been talking about an exciting round. We had two decisive games in the first 2 rounds. Thus far, no decisive games. All draws, but really hard-fought, entertaining draws. And speaking of one of the draws that was less entertaining, but confounding.
No,
we have Veselin Topalov in
I
our
thought it was
studios.
entertaining.
Well,
we're gonna solve the mystery.
The mystery, of course, and I know the answer. But Veselin, you'll have to give us an explanation.
All right, we're going to find out if Veselin. First of all, Veselin, do you play poker?
No.
No, Veselin does not play poker. So let's start there. The question that we have for him, of course, is whether or not his move Rook D3 was a bluff. Jen is arguing that you saw Rook D3 and maybe you bluffed your way with this move. We're arguing no way in the world you possibly played Rook D3 as a bluff.
No, actually it was very funny because yesterday I had this position and obviously I knew that Rook D3 is a bad move.
Would you say yesterday you had
Yesterday before, I mean, I prepared a bit because I had a lot of time, so I prepared a bit. And I knew that Rook D3 was just a blunder. But then over the board I said, okay, it's a perfect move because Rook C2 it never works. And probably what I missed was just the simple that after the queen takes on D3, just a pin. This is what I missed later on in the line. But of course, it happens sometimes that you know things and then over the board you blunder.
You forgot it.
Yeah.
So we've cleared up that mystery, Jen. It was indeed a mistake on his part. But it turns out that even this move was not the best move. Rook takes C2, D5
yeah,
was even
surprisingly, yeah. That I was quite lucky that after that the ending was sort of still with chances. I don't know if Vachier was winning, but we couldn't see a clear win. So, and D5, yeah, that is true. D5 was stronger. So, because compared to the game, there is a difference, and then Black is just much better.
Absolutely. Winning. So, yesterday it looks like you should have won. Today it looks like you should have lost. It's all even. Just
more or less, yeah. But it was different because I think I missed more yesterday than what Vachier missed today. I think I was winning in a couple of occasions, and today maybe he was only winning at 1 point, and it was probably not even the move Rook C2. So you never know.
Absolutely never know. So how are you feeling right now after 3 rounds?
Not so happy actually, because especially for today, obviously my idea was not to play for draw from the pawn down from the very beginning, and I just made a bad choice probably because this line there are many tries for white, and I didn't really know what to do because it's in many lines Black is trying to make a draw, and I thought this was like a safe position with a very small plus but solid. And I think it was just a bad choice, and especially after what I did.
Absolutely. So we're hoping you avoid those kind of choices in the near future. Get some more rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Question for you. You reach this endgame position, and it's quite clear that for you to save the game, you've got to get action going on the queen side. and you played the move King C4. And for a lot of us, myself most especially, had the question: why didn't you play King A4? What stopped you?
Yeah, of course. But then, of course, D5.
Yes.
Take. I considered that position, and it looked to me dangerous. Like maybe it's holding F5 and F4. Yeah. F4. So Black wants to play E4 and F3, so I have to defend with the bishop on D2. And then Black pushes G5. And then maybe it's kind of holding, but H5, and it's a very long line. And maybe White holds, but I'm losing a piece, and then that's the reason. It's too long line, so one mistake is over. And King C4, I thought that I have some compensation. It's
this was the reason.
Makes good
and then
practical
I have
sense.
to run back with the king, but I was not sure, that if it was because Black has also tries like, for example, E4, and if I take G4, I don't know if it works. No, not now. But
well, certainly G4 is a threat for Black.
Yeah,
as well,
G4.
followed by E4
of course,
and
E4 and some G4 and maybe some kind of
lots to calculate in this position.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's maybe I'm holding, but it was just like a 20 moves line, and I was not so sure about my first move in the as it proved as. So that when you blunder on move 1 or 2, then you shouldn't go for such long lines.
Very
practical. Well, thank you so much, Veselin.
Thank you, Veselin. Because I mean, and as Veselin says, that there's no walking back from this line. Once you've committed and played the move King A4, it's like 20 moves, and at the end, there may be a donut waiting for you. So that was why he chose this very practical decision of King C4.
And we have a very strong player tweeting in at us again, Timur Rejabov. He predicted that Svidler Caruana would be a draw. And actually, queens have come off the board, and he thinks that the prediction is even closer to materializing. But we will take a look at that in just a second, because we've got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, with the Frenchman who had what looked like a dominant position. Were you stunned when he played this move, Rook D3? I mean, clearly D5, the computers are saying was the best move, but how could you not play Rook C2? That must have been a shocking moment for you when you saw him play this blunder.
Well, I mean, it was a blunder, but at the same time, this endgame felt like a draw, so I was actually looking for ways to avoid queen exchanges, and in the circumstances, not finding D5, but only thinking about it when we were well into the endgame showed unnecessary stupidity.
Now, you say you were thinking about it while you were in. Oh, you mean to play it later?
No, I was thinking for a way to, after queen d2, avoid the queen exchange.
Right.
Which means that d5 is extremely natural in that way, and should be played by hand simply.
So you realized it when the queen
10 moves
exchange,
later, yeah.
10 moves, several moves later. Wow. Okay. So did you change? What changed in you when you realized that this is the move you should have played? Because now you're thinking in the past when you should be thinking about the present position.
Well, I mean, the present position didn't offer much perspective, so it was just far too late.
Disappointed in the game today, then?
Well, I mean, of course, I shouldn't get such a chance and, not exploit it. But, I mean, it's only the beginning, so I'll just move on and to my next game.
Not playing your superstar chess that you were playing in the last few months, is there something a little off?
Maybe. I would say mostly that, when you've had, such consistent play and, not making a lot of mistakes. Of course, every single mistake you then do gets noticed, but still, I mean, I don't think I played so bad. of course, yesterday was unnecessary. Today, missing that opportunity was unnecessary. But you know, I mean, I've had a different. I mean, I've been on the other side of this, like I said, in the last couple of months. So, you know, it's only natural that at some point you're on the wrong side of all this.
Well, we hope you get back on the right side of things, and so get your rest, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thanks.
Quick question for Maxime. Maxime, these endings, as you know so very well yourself, I mean, oftentimes the result depends on just a single tempo, and you think to yourself, boy, if I played G5-1, if I got in G5 or gotten in H5, I'd be winning, but because the pawns are in G7 and H6, it's a draw. You played the move D5, and the game did end up in a draw. Did you give the move in this position G5? Because I get these types of endings where I think, okay, I'm going to play G5, and I've got this threat of G4. Maybe I'm provoking my opponent to play H3.
No, but I don't think you're provoking quite yet. I think after G5 I can play B5.
B5 right away, yeah?
Yeah.
And takes, and G4.
Yeah, and I take.
Knight takes.
Yeah, no, the point is... okay. No, maybe I should have played A4 instead of B5. Because, I mean, yeah, A4 is what I was thinking, and no... whenever you allow white to take on H6, I don't know, it feels really double-edged with these passed pawns. No, take on G4.
Oh, sorry. What do I do? I
take on G4 and then take on G4.
Maybe there's still D5 check, which could be unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different game than what occurred.
It could work, but at the same time, you know, you allow a passed pawn on the queen side, a passed pawn on the king side, there's the bishop. I mean, it doesn't feel natural. Maybe it works by tempi, but...
Yeah, I'm always trying to squeeze in that tempo, you know, like G5. If I can provoke the guy to play H3, then I'm happy that I got my pawn up on the board. And, you know, I've always tortured myself with those types of decisions. I didn't know if you gave it too much thought yourself, or you just felt that D5 was the way to go.
Yeah, I assumed that D5 was the way to go. That's why I didn't really...
Thank you very much. So we have one game remaining, Jen?
Yeah, that's right. Peter Svidler and Fabiano Caruana. That game is ongoing. It looked like Peter was perhaps nursing an advantage, but now it seems that Fabi has managed to neutralize the situation.
Well, we left it around these parts where we were kind of warming up to White's prospects.
After Bishop E6,
yeah, we're looking at moves like Rook C5. Bishop E6, I think I actually prefer your Knight E5 than Queen takes A6. Something about putting that Knight on E5 and the Rook on C5 and pulling back the Bishop looks very promising for White. Queen A6 was the choice, and we get a position that went like this. Ooh. Well, this looks like it's really fizzling out, doesn't it?
That's right, and this position is on the board. We see Rook A3 and then Rook E5.
Has been played, you say?
Yes.
Yes. So it looks like it's going to be a 4 versus 3, but Black is going to have doubled rooks on the 7th. Ooh, that's going to be easy enough for Black to draw with a super, super active rooks. Well, just a draw. If Black manages to achieve this, nothing to say.
So standstill here, it looks like, in round 3. And even, I mean, in this game, of course, it's nobody has enough points to contest the leaders right now.
Right.
So a standstill at the top, but with some of the most exciting beginnings of the whole tournament.
Right.
But a combination of good defense and some inaccuracies like MVL missing D5, and of course Ding Liren missing his opportunity later in the game. It's
and again, that whole game with Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So also leaves a confusing taste in my mouth, because again, I really like the two bishops in a middle game versus the rook and pawn, and it seemed to me like Wesley wasn't trying to nurse that, and Levon was basically saying, oh, I'll put my bishop on b7, I'll put my pawn on c5, and it's easier for black.
What's a confusing taste? Peanut butter and sushi?
Never been there. Never been there. I like the peanut butter separated by like 4 days. 4 days of,
4 days,
of separation. Maurice, your take on today's round that promised so much but delivered 4 draws thus far.
It's so typical of chess, though. The moves are incredibly sharp. You can go into these openings that are very rich, and one move could cost you. The players have to be very careful. Certainly, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that should have been a win. He was disgusted by himself at not finding the move d5. Ding Liren, I can understand not playing the move king e4 in that position for sure, because it's just such a scary-looking move. But then again, if you're going to beat the top players, you've got to play bold moves. And king e4 is one of those measuring sticks. Do you go for it or not? And it looks like he decided to back down. So unfortunately, we probably should have seen 2 wins again today, but we didn't see it. And I think that the players they're still not quite there yet in terms of their maximal form. And we should expect to see that starting to happen soon. I think today's round is important because so far it's not even 4 hours yet, which is stunning for us, given how long the games have lasted. We're going to finish in the first time control, basically. I mean, before 4 hours are up. I mean, unless my clock is wrong or something. So it's pretty stunning, which means that they will get a lot of rest tonight. And if they get a lot of rest tonight and then the next round before the rest day, we should expect to see some real fireworks continuing and then also some accurate play as well.
Thank you, Maurice. And the position we have on our board is the 4 versus 3. And the current standings with 1 game pending, a likely draw. Again, as you say, no changes at the top. 4 players tied for first, Jen.
That's right, and we've still had tweets coming in to our hashtag Grand Chester and Sinquefield Cup. Josh Friedel says, great interview with Tatev by Hanson Chess. She's so famous he actually knew who she was.
Wow.
Of course, Josh, a good friend of Tatev's, and I'm not sure if he's a chess pro, though. I like Tatev's response, no, I'm not joining the chess pro team.
Not at all.
And we have also got Tarjei Svensson chiming in as always. He says that it feels like every round. Nakamura says that, not that he'll take it one game at a time, but something similar. That, let me find the quote. That it's a long tournament, anything can happen.
Right.
Is it just me or does Nakamura say that after every game?
He says it after every game.
And it's true. That's why things become cliches, right? Because they're true. Meanwhile, Howard Staunton fighting back against Nakamura from the grave, that his statement that the only guys who become grandmasters are Capablanca Plus is an invidious comparison. Mr. Fischer placed us and Mr. Morphy among the 10 most eminent players in the history of our noble game. Of course, it's all about whether or not you are thinking about things absolutely or relatively. If you're thinking about the absolute strength of players, and I think that's, of course, what Nakamura is talking about, that's what intrigues him. But for many players, they're more interested in the talent and the relative strength.
Well, exactly. This idea that Paul Morphy and his generation stood like 2 classes, 2 heads and shoulders above his contemporaries, and Bobby Fischer at 1972 was so far ahead of everybody of his contemporaries, and then Garry Kasparov at one moment in his life had a really huge gap over his players. So some great players of history, how would they stack up today against Magnus? Well, we can have a long conversation on that one.
Yeah, but you got to make sure that you're having the same conversation,
right?
So yeah. Nakamura's having a conversation about, like, plop this person down versus this person and have them play immediately what the result would be.
No,
where some
Morphy
people
had no chance.
Where some people are talking about something entirely different.
Precisely.
So you got to get on the same page before you even argue this question.
Exactly. Right on. And for you, by the way, there's so many really wonderful characters in chess history and great chess players. Who are, like, your favorites? They may not be the absolute best players of the world, but who did you...
Who would I have at my dinner table?
Yes, exactly.
Well,
who would be on your A-list of dinner invites?
Certainly Morphe, just such a fascinating character. And then Sonia Graf, who's recently inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame. She's a fascinating personality.
What a life she led, absolutely. That
3
was-
continents, you know, had to stay in Buenos Aires after the chess Olympiad because...
like so many, she was trapped
exactly.
because of the outbreak of World War II.
She wasn't Jewish, actually. Many of them stayed in Buenos Aires because they were Jewish, so they didn't want to go back to Nazi Germany, obviously. She was just vocal against the Nazis, which I guess amounted to similar types of punishments. So.
Right. And again, in a very, very, very male-dominated world, she was an outspoken advocate for women's rights, and she was sharp lady. I liked her very much.
Capablanca, too, and I think somehow he would have done a little bit of a suaver job in the interview with Alexandra.
Yeah, I think about 7 billion people would have done a better job, but that's just a.
But
just
Capablanca
as
was
an
known as a
opinion.
ladies' man, right?
Oh yes, very much so. So you wouldn't have invited Kappa to your dinner table?
Yeah, Kappa would be there too.
Oh, you would?
Oh
Okay,
yeah, sure.
sorry,
Got to
sorry.
get those positional chess lessons in, right?
Okay.
And Maurice, your table.
Well, Tal has to be at the table, of course. Tal was so wild, everywhere in his
You're okay with
life.
the smoke?
Yeah, you know what? I would just tell him, blow that way. So it was certainly him. I think that I'd be fascinated to have someone as arrogant as Alekhine, probably as confident, maybe a better word, safer word, but I think he was pretty arrogant guy.
Right.
Must have had a lot of opinions in his life, and certainly interesting. So I would like to have him at the table as well. And you know, since I never had a chance to meet him, I think I'd like to know what was going on in Fischer's head for myself. Just for myself. I would certainly challenge him on a lot of his views, and hopefully he stays at the dinner table and answers a lot of questions.
Right.
But I would love to, at least for myself, hear what he had to say on the critical issues of the day. Well,
this is a fantasy question, so you could take Fischer at any age. You don't have to pick him when he really started devolving into madness. But I would like to take another opportunity as we wait for this game to plug the Who Wants to Be a Chess Millionaire tonight.
Exactly, the trivia contest at the King's Diner.
So you can't win $1 million, but you can win a chance to come to next year's Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah, you get a round-trip ticket from anywhere in the world, 2 nights at the hotel, and treated like a VIP if you win the contest.
That's right. Now, and that's going to be emceed by Aviv Friedman, who is on our production team, who's our
So
Czech tech
we're
guy.
not eligible, you and I.
No.
Mean, we could team up to
just
try
trying to think about,
to
like, what
call a
the-
friend, you know.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of John Donaldson's got to be on speed dial for that.
Oh yes,
He's my pick.
no. He's already on my camp. He can't be choosing John. John was my best man.
His phone is going to blow up tonight. Sorry, John.
Right.
We're referring, of course, to International Ambassador John Donaldson, who is in San Francisco, but does a lot of work with the World Chess Hall of Fame because he's just such a fountain of knowledge about chess history.
Yes.
Things that nobody else in the world knows, and that's why it's so great that he's working with the World Chess Hall of Fame on some of these projects to kind
Indeed.
of
The
keep
Piatigorsky papers especially. That was a great exhibition that John had to go through all the archives. Who is that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy?
Exactly.
He knew them. Yeah.
So what's the best value? What's the most expensive place, do you think, to get to St. Louis from?
Ooh.
That's a weird... Sydney, you think?
Sydney, yeah, that's pretty far.
Oh, no.
Right?
New Zealand?
Madagascar, without question.
Madagascar.
That's my guess. Because it's extremely expensive to get to Madagascar, even from places in Africa, much less to get all the way to St. Louis.
How much do you think it would be?
Oh, it's like $800. It's like $800 just to get in some places in Africa by itself.
So if you went to Joburg and you wanted to go to Madagascar, it's about $800?
No, that's only about $400.
Okay.
$400 or $500, and that's like a 3-hour flight. And then you got to get to New York, and then you got to St. Louis. I would say, I would give that more than Sydney.
Yeah, because Sydney's a more typical route.
Or maybe Bali.
Somebody's got to figure
Bali.
this one out. It's a very important question.
Very
because
important.
if you are from that place, you should just come here. You've got 3 hours.
Right. It's also about a 24-hour flight.
It's been a hot topic on the social media. Everybody's excited about the U.S. Open team, or if you prefer men's team, U.S. team at the Baku Olympiad. It's happened many times in the history of American chess that we've had 2 top guys in the top 10. For example, Ruben Fine, Sammy Reshevsky, or Reshevsky-Fischer. Dare I say it, Gadakamsky and myself. But this time we're sending a team with 3 of the top 10. And Jen just talked a little bit about that. We've had great teams in the past, but it also has a lot to do with team chemistry.
That's
that
right.
helps,
I think these guys
result.
will have great chemistry. I mean, it's hard not to get along with Wesley So or Ray Robson or Sam Shanklin, who proved his mettle by winning a medal in 2 years ago, Olympiad in Tromsø.
He's really hot. That is to say, Sam Shanklin, he's done really well. He won his last tournament in Biel.
Personal best.
Yes, brilliant play. Ray is, and of course, our 3 top guys. So realistically, not to speak, to overspeak to our chances. You think our chances of medaling, not taking gold, but medaling top 3, you think our chances are 50%, 60% of achieving that? Okay, there you go.
Of course you're going to medal. What are you talking about? First of all, the 3 of them are playing right now. This is probably the most important factor, in my opinion, of all of them. The 3 Americans are playing the best players in the world right now over 9 days. They're going to finish in the middle of the month, nice timing, and get a good solid 2 weeks of rest when they're not doing anything at all, and then start battle. So to me, okay, I'm not going to call the Sinquefield Cup a warm-up, but it's a great warm-up. Who else, what other team is getting this kind of astonishing warm-up for the Olympiad?
I'm not talking about a warm-up. I'm just saying that the other teams that are, equally rated or higher rated include the Chinese, Ukrainians, Russians.
Yeah, but what are they doing?
It's over 5 boards.
What are they doing right now? What are all those teams doing right now?
The Chinese are very active, as far as I know.
They're not playing
Ivan
these
Chuk
guys.
never stops.
But they're not playing these guys.
That is true.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
These guys, it's always good, and Fabi's time is pretty critical. So we'll pay attention to his 36 seconds left to finish the game. But, it's always nice, a good little warm-up. Yaz, if I was going to have to go play some 2,500 GMs, I'd love hanging out with you for a while. Play a lot of games against you because you're going to drop some moves that they're not going to drop.
Exactly.
Right? And it's going to be a lot easier. The lifting is not going to be as ferocious. And I think that our 3 players, the top 3, they're playing against the cream of the crop right now, and then you're going to have to play them. Every team's going to have to play them, and they've been doing some heavy lifting. So maybe board 1 might have a challenge against whoever the board 1 is. But when you start getting to the next 2 boards, 2 and 3, they're going to say, hey, you don't feel as tough as Topalov or Geary, right? Because all those, they're playing all the board 1s essentially in this tournament, right? They're playing China's board 1. Right?
Yep.
In this tournament, they're playing Bulgaria's board 1.
Right.
Every board 1 is sitting here, essentially.
Right.
And guys like Anand, who would have been board 1, but he doesn't play.
Right.
So I think we're seeing the best of the best, the training for the American team. This is an edge to be playing in this tournament right now.
This is my money's on USA, because I also have a quibble with that system of only 4 people play at a time.
Right.
I think it should be an average. I think it should be like an average of the top 5 and the top 4 somehow, because to me it seems like that's a huge edge, that if our top 4 puts us in a higher ranking than our top 5.
Yeah.
Because realistically, we might play, these guys are young, Fabiano, Nakamura. It's not like we're going to play them. It's unlikely that we're going to play them 80% of the time, right? 75. I mean.
Oh, I think that they would play 90%.
That's what I'm saying.
Games.
They're going to play more than the percentage, and therefore it's a little bit misleading to take the average of the top 5, is what I'm saying. Because on a day-to-day basis, our average rating is probably going to be higher than a lot of those guys.
But come on, guys. Just realize that this is a Swiss system tournament, right? there's a lot of really, really good national squads out there where we're not the number 1 seed, we're not the number 2 seed. And I'm just saying, taking a medal, you thought that's on automatic, like it's
Automatic.
a 75%.
Yep.
You think it's that high?
I mean, I can't be objective here. I mean,
I'm trying to be objective and bring down the expectations.
No bringing down expectations, baby. We're going for gold.
Yes.
And medal is a given.
Well, just take a look at, for example, the Azerbaijani team.
Yeah.
They're the host.
Okay.
You know
That
that they're
helps.
going to be, all
Okay, so
good.
let's start. I got Fabi. Who you got?
I got Shaq. Shaq Mamidara.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got Nakamura. Who you
Roger
got?
Bob.
I got Timor.
Against Naka?
Timor's not bad.
Okay,
Please
it's not
give
bad.
me a
Okay.
minute.
I got Wesley. Who you got?
Mamidarov? Mami. There's 2 Mamidovs.
Yeah, but he's not Wesley.
No, he's not Wesley.
He's not
He's
Wesley.
looking for board 4, basically.
Right.
So
That's
only-
the whole
And then
point.
there's
So you're-
Salafi. Salafi's going to be on board 4 too. I'm just saying.
I got a gold medalist from the last Olympic on board 4 in Sam Shanklin.
That is true. That is true. Very, 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 very nice.
And I got a
We
not
gotta
so
check
bad.
out the
and I got
rating,
a not
the
so
most
bad
recent
Ray
rating.
Robson in the next board. I mean,
I'm just saying. Wait a minute.
I think we're going to be
hold
ripping
it.
teams apart personally, up to the strongest teams.
Look, I think,
Nobody
and I
got
don't
a
think
chance,
we lose
yeah.
to any team.
If you go back through the past Olympiads, I'm going to say just after Bled. Maybe I'm wrong, but after Bled, I believe Russia was the number 1 seed throughout all of the Olympiads after Bled. And they won in Bled, but did they win a single gold medal as the number 1 seed? It's not 75%, guys.
No. We said
huge.
75% medal.
Right,
It's a
top
gold.
3. Yeah.
Top 3.
And whoa, that would be, first of all, a big applause. I mean, and I don't think we've had a gold medal since like 1937. I mean,
But we've never had this team.
No,
We've
that's the
never had
point.
this
We've
team.
never
3
had a
top
team
10s.
good.
We've never had this team.
Right.
Every single player on our team can beat every single player in the world, pretty, solidly, except Magnus. Like, you can't put anybody in front of any one of the top 3 players and say, oh, his chances of beating that player is not so good. All 3 of our top players can beat everybody else in the world, on a given day.
Let's take a look at the game because Fabi
Yes,
has
of
only
course.
22 seconds to make his next 2 moves, which I don't think he's going to fail to do. But has Peter made any progress? He has managed to trade off his double pawn. So let's take a look.
I'm going to throw it out to Jeff Sonis on this whole question, by the way. Jeff Sonis is a chess mathematician, he's got everything under control. I'll ask Jeff what he thinks our medaling chances are. By the way, I'm up to date. I think we've just seen the move. F5 takes G6 and a recapture by the
7
rook.
seconds left, 6. He's got to make a move, doesn't he?
Ooh, King H3.
Are we wrong? Whoa! 1 second.
No
He had
way.
1 second.
That's
He
right.
had
Whoa.
He did it with 1 second left just to play rook over. Bobby, what is wrong with you? Like, if he does that at the Olympia,
Don't do that
then
in
we have a
Peru.
problem.
Get it out of
What's wrong
your
with
system,
you?
boys.
My goodness, a rook and pawn ending to screw that up would have been awful. He had 1 second left.
Wow.
And he so Peters attacked the pawn on h5, and Fabi elected to counterattack with rook f6 with 1 second remaining.
By the way, I'm shocked by Fabi's recapture of rook takes f6. I mean, I would have just played...
Rook takes g6.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
I would have played f takes g6 and just said, okay, I mean, I'm keeping my pawns intact. After rook takes g6, and then he played rook f6 with a second on his clock. Ooh.
Yikes.
Yikes. And the reason, obviously, I want to keep those pawns is to keep them protected. And now, I mean, whoa.
And we'll take
Let's just review that slow motion replay of, so he's down to 9 seconds. Am I reading that right? 9 seconds? And now comes this 7. Whoa. Holy cow. Oof. Whoa.
Insanity.
1 second on the clock.
Just total insanity. Now he gets 30-second increments for sure, but, you know, anything could have happened in that moment right there. He could have fumbled the piece.
Right.
He could have fumbled the piece.
Well, I could have gotten in the way.
And have to
It was-
pick it back up to fix it on the board because you can't hit the clock with your piece down.
Right.
So just anything could have happened in that moment.
Wow.
Down to 1 second. That was
in
a game that we were just calling a draw, right? It's
Right.
Like, oh, this is a draw. This is a draw. Crazy.
Right. But now, after this move, Rook F6, how
Rook
big
G6.
No, Rook takes G6, King H3, then the move Rook F6 was played. And Peter got up from the board, probably nervous as as heck. Is White just winning after the move F2, F4? That's my question. Okay, the reason for F2, F4 is I want to obviously take your pawn on H5, but I also want to release my rook so I can go Rook G1 and Rook G5 as well. So in other words, if you go King H6, I want to go Rook here, and I want to go Rook here. This looks winning, frankly. Maybe I'm wrong, but...
what if I played Rook G6 against your...
what moment?
In this moment with your king back. I play Rook G6, maybe?
I take a pawn.
Okay, I got you. And I play F6?
Ooh, F6. Okay, well, 2 pawns.
Well, I'm threatening Rook BG2.
Well, I got Rook F3 when called upon. Well, let me just start
What do you
with
mean?
Rook F3.
Okay, I play Rook BG2.
Rook BG2.
Oh, wait, you have... No, you don't. Okay.
Now you want to perpetual me this way. I see.
Yeah, I want to bring G1 and cause some problems.
No. It's cool. It's cool. I'm still keeping my extra material. I can block the check.
Okay, F5.
F5. This is going to be really hard to win, huh?
I'm hoping.
Okay, it's true. I didn't see this idea of Rook G6 and F6. That's a nice way. I'm not sure I'm still not winning this with 2 pawns more, but it's far more of a task than I expected it to be.
Shut down your activity. Maybe you could have played F5. Oh, but you have to play your Rook over and play F5.
I'm still happy, though. I'm still happy to keep playing. H5. If you drop your rook in, I want to go here. And my idea is I want to swing my rook over. And this guy is free, right? I get to check you. I get to have some fun from time to time.
This is true.
Still chances of winning, but obviously 2 pawns.
We've got
wow.
a slightly different development, though.
Please.
Instead of F4, Svidler played Rook G1 check.
Immediately.
And then Fabi played Rook G6 immediately, hoping to correct his mistake now. If Rook takes G6, he can take with the pawn.
Right, which is what he's not going to play Rook takes G6. But, this is a little bit frustrating for me, but I would probably
Rook G2
want to play Rook G2. But the problem is, now I don't have this. If Peter had played F4, he'd be able to play Rook G5. Now after King H6, what are my winning chances? Rook F5, F6.
You could have tried Rook G5 instead of Rook F5.
Maybe a better choice. Thank you, Jen. Rook G5 instead of Rook F5. I like it. So okay, one reason why I like it is I've got... Oh, no, I don't. I don't like it. Or do I like it? I was going to go here, threatening mate. And if you played here, then... I want to keep the rooks on the board, is what I'm trying to do, but I want to do it like this so I can play Rook G3 and I keep a mate, and this pawn on H5 is perpetually under attack. How does it? How's the alien? What does alien?
Giving draw.
Alien still gives
giving
draw.
advantage to white, certainly being up a pawn,
But how
not
big?
finding a way to get the pawn going.
Half a pawn?
No, full pawn actually.
Full pawn. Full pawn.
Full pawn.
Okay. Wow. Well, very intriguing technical position. But Jen, what do you say? How about a break?
Yeah,
and
let's take a
come
break.
back
I think,
after our commercial sponsors.
I think Peter's going to give this a go. So
Okay.
we'll probably be here for a little bit. So we'll take a quick break and see if he can make anything out of this.
Squeeze, baby.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
And we're back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup with 1 game left. Peter Svidler pressing this double rook game against Fabiano Caruana.
With an extra pawn, certainly.
That's right. It could have been easier for Fabi, but time pressure, and he is now struggling, and it's going to be a long one.
It seems to be the case, but we've had 4 very hard-fought draws so far in this round 3. We thought that some of the games might have turned decisive, but great play to hold the positions by the players. And Fabi just caused us to have a little bit of a heart attack there by leaving himself with a single second to make the time control.
Yeah, indeed. It was not the best. Maurice earlier was talking about irresponsible moves.
Irresponsible clock management. And here's the situation that Peter Svidler is looking at. He has this extra pawn, but he's wondering how does he want to nurse it? Does he want to start with the move rook g1 check, and after rook g6 to deal like a move like rook g2. I'm all in favor of playing a move f4, and let's say after a move, for example, like rook e2, coming over here with my king. I want to activate my king. My king on h3 isn't doing anything. Posting it up on f3, trying to play for rook g1 and rook g5. And this is not going to be an easy save by any means for Fabi. I think Fabi's got a lot of work ahead of him. But the move that I was really attracted to, I was just playing with the computer during the break, was after f4. I really was attracted to this idea of rook g1 check immediately. The computer was playing against me rook g6, and when I was posting up with rook g5, I'm trying to induce this trade, which I thought would increase my chances. After I played rook g5, the computer played f6, and felt that black was still well in the defensive, king takes, defensive zone if we got this position. So some real high-class finessing is going to be called for here from Peter Svidler's
And he's gonna give it an attempt. Another tournament that intrigues me right now is the U.S. Open, which is reaching its conclusion in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Yeah.
And going into the last round, which is actually going on right now, you had 4 grandmasters: Lenderman, Shabalov, and Popliski and Benjamin.
Joel.
Joel Benjamin. And then you also had the 14-year-old Rufing Lee. I think he's
He did great in the U.S. Junior Championship.
That's right.
Yeah, he was doing really very, very well. Only because of from Texas,
Jeffrey Shaw?
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Played great.
Yeah, so
otherwise,
but he might get a spot anyway.
Right.
Because right now he's actually in another double rook game, I think, in which he's got an extra 2 pawns. Maybe not. Yeah.
But you're saying the U.S. Open
there is a
winner
qualifier. And
is a qualifier.
Exactly, is a qualifier for the U.S. Championship. And right now the situation is Benjamin actually lost to Popliski, but he's not eligible.
No.
He doesn't play for the USA flag.
I see.
So he won't be able to win that spot. So it's either Rufing Lee and Shabalov or Lenderman who's going to get it. So pretty intriguing that he missed the spot out in St. Louis.
Ooh.
And might get it in what would normally be a harder competition, the U.S. Open, just because there's so many adult grandmasters.
Right.
And
by the way, to people, and I've received email questions about this, obviously the Sinquefield Cup did not want to conflict with the U.S. Open, and it was only because the Azerbaijani organizers in the Baku Olympiad brought the Olympiad 2 weeks forward that we had to change the dates for our Sinquefield Cup, and then that affected Beal, and it was a domino effect. And, you know, the Olympiad is such a big tournament, everybody has to
accommodate
it.
It is unfortunate indeed, because a lot of times you would have some of the spectators and players from the U.S. Open coming on over here.
Absolutely.
But I think it's exciting that any of those 3 players qualifying for the championship, whether it's Shabalov or Lenderman or the young Lee, is going to be a great addition to the field.
Without question, without question. So, Maurice, the computers are basically saying that, sure, Peter's a pawn up, but what winning ideas are there for White in this position?
Well, I don't think there are real ideas here for White. Clearly, the challenge is creating a passed pawn that would be a dominant pawn somehow. This passed e-pawn, e-pawn is a candidate in this position, so whether or not he can make something happen it will be very, very hard, because those rooks are difficult to deal with. And if he trades off a pair of rooks, then that endgame, that draw started to become sweeter and sweeter, closer and closer. So I think that the challenge for Peter now is sort of a rest question, because he knows there's a chance, but probably in the realm of about what I'd call 10% of winning this position. I don't think it's a huge chance. Anyway, it's definitely less than 50%. And he wants to see if there's something here, so he's going to dig, he's going to look, he's going to go deep. But remember, he's going to be expending energy. So if in the end, there's some of those that if in the end you draw anyway, and you spent the next hour and a half staring at this thing as you try to suck something out of a position when you could have gone back to your room, you could have had dinner, you could have kicked back and watched the Rio Olympics, clear your mind of chess, and get fresh for tomorrow. And you can see it there. He's not doing those last couple of things you saw in his body language, looking at the clock when he's got
blindfold.
plenty of time on the clock, looking at the score sheet as though that matters right now. He knows it's not a position that you just win. And objectively speaking, it's a draw. How does he create some kind of challenge to his young opponent, who is 15 years his junior, 16 years, I think, actually, his junior, and who seems like, I'm going to get this draw and I'm ready to play tomorrow. But you've had a couple of tough losses. Why don't you just take the draw and go rest, man? Relax. So I think Svidler is going to have to calculate that right now and see, is it worth it from a practical standpoint to keep playing this position, or play a few moves and see where it goes and then liquidate down. That's his challenge. Now, of course, he should want to play the position as though it's the 9th round of the tournament, and if he wins it, he wins the event. That's how he should want to do it. But that's going to be very hard to do, I think, for him. And the challenge is there. I don't think it's an easy position for him to win.
For sure, not an easy position to win, but I would definitely invest the energy versus trying to conserve my energy. And the reason is, it has to do with confidence. He started 0-2. He hasn't seen such a good position in 3 rounds. Let's play this position and feel good about the tournament once again. And this idea of playing a position where you have an advantage for a long time, it's got to be a good way of restoring your confidence.
He's not looking very confident right now, though.
Well, I think he's playing blindfold. He's looking at some of those those endgame configurations, and it shows that he is trying.
Of course.
I think that the other thing is if it was Magnus or Fabiano or Hikaru, because of their age, a lot of times we would just expect them to play on, and Peter's in good shape. I don't think we should overstate the age and give him a pass for doing quick draws in situations where he has winning chances, just like we wouldn't for our students. And I don't think that he would do that. At least not right away. Although he has that reputation for premature resignation, so I wonder if that has any kind of connection to perhaps trying to get some rest and making the draw a little bit quicker than other players of his rating. It would seem that it would be like the same instinct, right? Because the reason to resign early is the same idea, to save yourself the time and the energy of losing anyway, like yesterday against Levon Aronian, where he's like, yeah, it's pretty easy.
The long game.
I don't need to make him show me how to win this.
I think he should definitely play. From my standpoint, he should definitely play. But Yasser, what would you give? It's a tough question because the percentages don't really mean that much.
Right.
But what would you give his percentage chance win for White here? And what
15%.
Like 15%. So that means that if I said to you $1,000 on this game, you'd say if you lose, you're only giving me $150 because you're taking 1,000.
Right.
Yeah. So. That's not supremely confident.
Really,
no,
chances.
15%. I'm putting up $15 to win 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's about right. But okay, let's take it the move by move. I'm going to play F2, F4.
I'd probably take the under on that.
You'd be willing to put up $100 on this position?
I think so. Yeah.
It was actually kind of funny because I played it against Jonathan Spielman. He had just written a book. An endgame book, and sure enough, I got a 3 versus 2 against him in a Phillips and Drew tournament in London, and I won with 3 versus 2, and it was actually it was a very easy position for Jonathan to lose. He just didn't sense the danger. Here, the danger is very apparent with the split pawns. Jonathan didn't even have the split pawns, so it was harder to win that game. A lot of amateur players can easily lose this position. So again, with this move F4, Maurice came up with a very bold idea, which was actually to sacrifice this pawn and to give me a 2-pawn advantage. Whoops, I think I played here. Somehow I can't recall it exactly how we did it, Maurice.
We
got some position like this, which was very hard for me to win, but it was 2 pawns, right? So let's start with the move F4, your computer played against me rook E2. And let me take that move back. And after rook E2, let me give a check. Let's see if I can at least cause yourselves some concerns here. So check. Where do you go? Well, King H6 walks into Rook G5.
Yeah, we should play Rook G6
so you got to play Rook G6 now. Okay, very good. Rook G6 now. And let me, how can I try to mix things up? I'm not sure I'm going to be doing good, but let me try Rook G3. So my idea is straightforward. I want to play F5 and E4, and maybe on a good day I might even actually want to toss in this as an annoying kind of move. So how would it go, guys?
All right, so let's trade rooks. Let's see what this ending looks like.
Just slap it.
If we
down.
trade rooks.
Trade.
And play F6.
And play F6. Okay, pause. So is this a drawn king and pawn endgame if I play king F3?
Is it a drawn ending? No, I'm going to lose the king and pawn ending.
You sure? I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so good. I'll play king F3. Then I'm going to play rook takes H5 on my...
Okay, so I play rook...
But you don't want to do this, Maurice. You don't want to just lose your H-pawn.
Hold on. King G3...
You do have a move.
What move did he play? He did play F4, and I thought that was his best chance. And what did we do after F4? We played rook E2. So we're playing rook G1, check, rook G6, makes sense. And I had actually expected you to play king H6, okay?
Or F6. No, if I play F6, you... Yeah, what if I play F6 here?
F6 here. Oh, last time you gave me the opportunity. I see. So, no, F6 is far more accurate. Far more accurate. Last time you played rook G3.
Takes G3. Yeah, let's try
F6
first.
is a much more accurate move. Okay, so I have to give you a check. And let's see, you got to go back to F8.
Why do I have to go back to F8? Why can't I go to H6?
You got a choice. I hate giving my opponents options. All right. Okay. Usually you want to build up to the moment that you play E3, E4.
And he did play rook E2, by the way.
Yes.
Did Fabi, just eyeballing the weakness on E3 and making sure white will always have to defend this pawn.
Right. So usually you don't want to play E3, E4 too early, but I don't really see an other option. Okay, let's trade E4. So my dream is that one day I get to play F5 and okay. So your guys' turn.
Okay, I'm going to try. Let's play some natural move like rook E3.
Rook E3, king comes back.
And let's play rook A3.
Rook A3. Now the problem is if I give you this check and I go rook F7, I have stalemate,
yep.
So you can go with the mad rook. You get to go rook G3
like
check.
that one.
Yeah, this is
show that.
Yeah, and you have what we call a mad rook. Anytime I try to capture your rook, it's stalemate on the spot. So I can't play. Whoops! Whoa! I lost controls. Oh, there it goes. So F5 check.
And I'm in stalemate right now.
Right now. So I have to release the stalemate with rook E6 or E5, and that's not good. Rats. Okay, so F4, rook E2. Well, I played rook. Okay, let me be a little bit more cagey in this case and play rook F3.
And I think we have this position, in fact, not rook F3 yet, but
we do have F4,
the position
rook E2.
after rook E2, yeah.
Right. So I'll toss down rook F3 and say, okay, do something about
I hate
sweetness.
defending pawns.
I can tell, but look, dude, we're in an ending. You better hold those
just
guys.
play, you just play king H6, right?
Okay, king H6.
Because now also you have like fewer opportunities now that you've moved your rook from.
Yes.
Yeah.
True. Okay, on a good day, I get to play F5, rook G3, and rook H8. So let me try that.
Could we play boring chess first, please?
Sure.
And just try the most active line. So you played rook F3.
Yes, I did.
And I want to play rook G6.
Rook G6.
Yeah, let's get back to this.
Take a pawn.
Yeah, now play F6.
We had a position like this
Yeah,
before.
I thought we just looked at this one.
Okay.
Yeah, you moved your rook over.
I'll go across.
Okay, now what happens if I bring my rook down?
The rook on g6 to g1 or g2?
Good question. G1. I didn't even look at G1. Let's go to G1.
Okay.
Oh, no, that doesn't do anything because check, you're getting your king out.
No, check. The E3 pawn is hanging.
No, you're not checking. Sorry, I was just seeing. I was seeing how my checking you gets your king out, but my king can go to G6. So I'm going to create a mating net somehow or something stupid.
Something stupid.
Okay, so let's.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Let's try this one,
Yeah,
and then try rook
G2
G2 on the next move if this one doesn't work.
You're good for now, no question. 2 pawns though, Maurice.
Yeah, but super active rooks. So it is 2 pawns, but until you neutralize my rook play, then I'm trying to harass you like crazy.
Right. You're not a patient defender, I can see that.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Patience is sometimes a virtue.
I mean, I buy that. So king h6 now?
King
wait, do you have
6 now?
No, rook f5 doesn't work. Okay.
Okay, so let me just come up.
Where are you going with your king? You're going to go
Nothing.
to G4?
I just want to be able to play rook h3. If you check me with your rook on h1, I'll go king g4, king f5 ideas. And maybe on a good day, I've got...
Okay, I play rook check.
Rook f5, you might get
play
the
rook
plan
check.
at some point.
Which one?
Rook h2 check.
Rook h2 check.
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm forced to play.
And now that same rook over to g2.
And he did make a decision here, and it wasn't rook f3. It looks like it looked like he played king g3.
Yep.
Yep, king g3 on the board.
I think that we actually, I tried that one too, because I like getting my king a little bit closer to e3
That makes sense.
to release the rook.
Yeah.
Practically speaking, this is a very decent move. The move I'm a bit worried about is rook e6, to be truthful. Rook e6. I'm worried that if I get into a straight rook, 3 and 2 versus with a single rook.
And the engine agrees with you as that's the top class move, rook e6, and saying that white's advantage has dropped dramatically as a result of that last move.
Rook e6.
Rook e6 could end the game very quickly.
I feel it, and yeah. What do you
We
got?
got some
tweets?
Yeah, we got some tweets coming from Grandmaster Eric Hansen. He's replying to a fan or an anti-fan, Eric Kurtz, who asks, are awkward Hansen interviews now a staple of the Sinquefield Cup? Can we have him awkwardly interview everyone? And Eric's response to that was, make sure to keep tweeting to hashtag Sinquefield Cup, and we can make chess interviews great again. But weren't our chess interviews already great? I mean, I feel like we were always the greatest.
They were very good. Eric just laid down a new measure of terrible.
Exactly. You brought us to the next level.
Down like. And if that wasn't bad enough, we had the worst technique in the history of microphone broadcasting. Never mind the question. I mean, this is like Monty Python wrote that.
One day he's going to hit someone with a microphone. He's just going to hit him over the head accidentally.
No, but
hit him in the mouth. He's going to hit him in the mouth as he reaches the microphone.
We've been coming up with chess pickup lines since then, right?
Well, in Eric's defense, he said it was the first time he had used the microphone for an interview. I said, well, dude, you can use that, you know.
Oh, no, that definitely brings up a pickup line. Is that a microphone?
He's just happy to see me.
Here comes this chess club often.
And are you a groupie?
Are you?
I thought that was just fantastic.
Don't try that one, guys.
Please, that's not a good pickup line. Okay, so rook e6. Besides that move, what were we looking at as a response to king g3? Rook e6 is the move that bugs me the most. I'm thinking that is king h6 that bad? Perhaps not. King h6 is decent, isn't it? Or do I now slide over? still, I'm thinking that this is went way down. My 15% has suddenly evaporated here.
It's getting into the single digits, isn't it? And meanwhile, as Fabiano struggles to get the draw here, but grinding his way towards it, we've got Lawrence Trenton, his manager, chilling outside playing bullet jazz.
Oh, what a surprise. What a shock.
He's not on pins and needles.
He could care less about his boy right now.
Relax. He believes in his boy Fabi here. And Sam Thompson actually tweeted a lovely photo of that scene. Earlier, I squeezed in a comment that John Urschel, the NFL player, tweeted
of the Baltimore Ravens, I believe.
That's right. He tweeted good luck to Fabiano Caruana. They actually, I think, got to know each other better at a Liberty Science Center event, and that is one of Fabiano's sponsors, in addition to the St. Louis Chess Club. So it's great to see celebrities and big names outside chess watching this tournament. And Fabiano said that he was a pretty good player, although it wasn't a odds game that they played at this event. It was just like a straight 5-minute game. So obviously that didn't give him a big chance.
By the way, it was a big shock to me, the passing of the artist Prince. And upon his passing, a lot of articles came out about his interests and what he did. Apparently, he wrote thousands of songs, including for many other artists, Sinead O'Connor amongst many that had Prince's song, and a lot of songs are still in the vault that are going to come out.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
And he had a room where he had a lot of chess positions set up.
Oh, cool.
That he was studying. But I didn't know that he had an interest in chess. I would have been like, dude, I'll come over. Just to say hello and spend some hours with him bringing up his chess.
What's your favorite Prince song?
Wow. Oh, there's so many. Little Red Corvette was
that's
always
a great
good.
one. Little Red Corvette.
Yeah. I just loved that whole Purple Rain album. I just thought it was like one of the greatest albums ever.
Yeah, I think he died during one of our events. I think during the Grand Chess Tour events.
Yes, and it was shocking because it was like Ollie and Prince and Victor Korchnoi seemed to go all in a row. And all of these giants in my life who had fallen, essentially.
And the one thing about Prince is that it's kind of hard to find some of his music on the internet for free.
Yeah.
And people after his death were like, I can't find this song I'm trying to play, and it's like, yeah, that's the point. He didn't want musicians to all be broke because you couldn't make any money because it was all for free.
Exactly.
So yeah, sometimes it's important to remember that it's good to pay for something that you love.
Right.
And speaking of which, you are getting the right price for this, but there's plenty of ways for you to donate to the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if you like the efforts that we are trying to produce here at the St. Louis Chess Club, whether it's our in-schools program in the St. Louis district, or our lectures, or thousands of the programs that we're doing, please, by all means, it's a tax deduction, and it's my favorite charity, and I hope it's yours as well.
Yeah, we've got, I thought you were going to mention the thousands, almost 1,000 videos on the YouTube channel
that
are also free.
$9.99, yeah.
Which is incredible that that's all free. I
Yes.
mean, like, that's really a treasure trove of lectures by you.
All the GMs in residence that have had their lectures captured, including you.
That's right. And if you want some more Eric Hansen wisdom,
oh boy,
he's all over there as well.
Of course.
Little Eric. What are we looking forward to as we wait for the conclusion of this Rook Endgame?
Well, once
tomorrow?
again, we have 4 players tied for first, and let's see if we have some matchups between those players.
Well, we've got some good matchups tomorrow, indeed, as we always do here. Levon Aronian is playing against Fabiano Caruana, so 2 former Sinquefield Cup champions battling. That's going to be a big game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Peter Svidler. We've got Nakamura versus Topalov. It's hard to imagine that'll be too boring.
Yeah, that's an important game because Hikaru is half a point behind the tournament leader, and he could knock one of them off the pedestal with Topalov.
And Topalov has seemed a little bit shaky in this tournament, so definite opportunity for Nakamura, who really is actually playing well in his view.
Yeah.
He's pretty happy with his play, and that's not something you hear him say lightly. He's completely crushed in U.S. championships, winning game after game, and come down here and tell us that he's playing badly.
Yes.
So when he says he's playing well, you kind of have to listen.
Right.
Liren, meanwhile, is playing against Anand, another one of the tournament leaders, and Wesley So against Giri.
Anish Giri.
And let's take a look at the standings. Of course, there's
With
one
one
game pending. We've still got that four-way tie at the top. Who is going to break through? We really saw some people try valiantly today with their opening choices, but Vesson was lucky to stay there in the leader circle. Meanwhile, Nakamura and Liren still with even scores, getting there in very different ways. Liren with 3 draws. Nakamura with a win, a loss, and a draw, so much more dramatic. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a disappointing result for him since he was actually highest rank going into this competition and still highest rank. He lost some rating points, but not enough to take him from that coveted number 2 spot.
Absolutely.
And our remaining schedule as we look ahead at the week, well, we've got Monday and Tuesday, we've got rounds at 1 o'clock. Here in St. Louis, that's 2 o'clock on Eastern time. If you're wanting to tune into to us, you want to start 10 minutes early because we do have a nice little pregame show for you every day with a recap by Maurice of the previous day's action and our opening predictions. So tune in for that. August 10th is the rest day, so don't tune in then. Schedule all your dates and doctor's appointments for that day. And on August 11th, we resume again, and we will be crowning a champion on either Sunday, August 14th, or if there's a playoff on the 15th. And yes, look at that added item. That wasn't in the previous schedule, but we have alluded to it. There will be Ultimate Moose Part 3.
Wonderful. Look forward to that.
Everybody always has a great time with that.
Bring your best trash talking.
And bring your best trash talking. Expect the unexpected. Expect blunders. Expect brilliancies that you didn't think would come. It'll be a good one.
There's not going to be too many brilliancies. A lot of blunders, especially with Rex playing.
Have you joined the Sinquefield Club, Maurice? The Sinquefield Club is the club where you get forfeited on the spot for making an illegal move. You queen your pawn without putting the queen on the board, and you press your clock.
Nope, never done that.
Rex began it, then came Vesselin, and quite a number of others, myself included. Couldn't believe it.
This position, by the way, it looks like they are now finished.
Drawn.
Yes, Rook H2, the Rook E6, Rook H2 idea was very compelling, and Svidler decided to stop. So the game has now been drawn, and Svidler makes his first half point of the event.
And I collect $15.
Hey, wait a minute.
I like free money when I see it.
Right, you're a math girl. Very good. Well,
speaking of math, John Urschel is also a math PhD. I think so. Yeah, I read that. MIT. Yeah. So multi-talented. That's why he was invited to the Genius Gala.
I want to get to the bottom of what, mathematically speaking, are our chances of medaling in the open section.
100%. As Maurice said, I'm pretty sure it's 100%.
I didn't say 100. I said 75.
No, I'm kidding.
Nationalistic.
But I'm pretty sure it's close to 100.
What? No.
It's not close.
You didn't do good.
I guess it depends what close means. Depends on your definition of close. But I think that it's we need to talk about this more as the week goes by. But we need some numbers in front of us. Look at the other team lineups,
right?
And really break it down.
Yes.
And we're going to end up asking some of the players themselves about it.
Yes, absolutely.
And we're also going to go over our predictions for the day. Who will win the tournament? So really the prediction for the overall winner of the Sinquefield Cup. So we've got 4 different guesses here. 2 votes for Levon, last year's champion, back-to-back. That would certainly be a story and quite exciting indeed. We've got Eric picking Fabiano, I picking Hikaru, and you picking Wesley. So all the Americans are covered. That's the only picture that we could find for Eric Hansen. Hey, that's a great picture.
I like the Canadian Mounties.
But the real question is,
photo.
who do you think Eric should interview next?
Oh boy, I'd say keep Eric away from everybody.
You know who's coming to town though? Alexandra Kostemyuk.
Oh, there
the
you
chess
go. Perfect
queen.
victim. Perfect victim. Absolutely.
That would be a really good one.
No, I'll pay to watch that interview.
I'd love to see him interview Gary Kasparov.
That would
and
be
the look on
hilarious.
Gary's face when the questions are coming slow and dumb.
Jeannie Sinquefield, Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield would be a good one too.
She has a great line, you know. Jeannie really is an accomplished woman in her fields, and she's been interviewed a lot. And sometimes she says she gets some really, really dumb questions, right? Like just completely absurd. The interviewer hasn't even done any research whatsoever. So she'll be asked this really dumb question, and you know her answer?
What?
I love plums.
Wow, does she love plums?
No. Well, I mean, it's just it's just,
Oh
you
my
know,
God.
It kills me.
So we've got the perfect question for Eric Hansen. Do you like plums?
No.
He'll start out the interview like that.
No, the interviewer should answer one of his questions like, are you a groupie with, I love plums?
I feel like anything with fruit after that question sounds way too sexual.
Okay, we won't go there then. Okay, we're obviously having too much fun, and we're waiting for either Fabi or Peter to join us.
Yeah, they're analyzing this Endgame game, or maybe earlier.
Let's
They
see
might
if
be
we can
analyzing.
join them. Let's take a look at the
They're still
web.
analyzing as though they haven't been playing for.
Oh,
5
but they're
hours
just
already.
doing. Oh, they're not making any moves. They're just talking blindfold with one another. Yeah. Okay. Too bad. Otherwise, we could listen in and on their conversation.
One of the great things about chess is the fact that players analyze after the game. You can't think of any sport that the teams would say, hey, let's go back in the locker room and look at the film together.
No.
That's not going to happen.
Just doesn't. But I bet you get a lot of that, especially in an NBA game. Dude, why did you not make that pass? I was wide open underneath the basket.
Well, that's your own player, though. That's not the others.
That's true, too. Right. Yeah, no, you don't hear that a lot.
Except you might hear, man, you were stupid when you made that horrible pass. Thanks for being an idiot and blowing the game.
Well,
missing a free throw when you had to tie it up, you choke artist.
Well, ironically, because chess is not a team sport, the players end up becoming friends with each other. So
that is true.
You know,
I still recall a very painful memory of the Seattle Seahawks losing to the New England Patriots by not handing the ball off to Marshawn Lynch in the closing minute of the Super Bowl and throwing an interception on the goal line. Oh, that was horrifying.
We got a couple
not for
tweets.
The Patriots.
Not for the Patriots, it wasn't.
We got a couple tweets coming in as we wait for our victims here. John Specht says, I enjoy late in the round when Yasser, Jen, and Maurice get a bit loopy with the commentary.
Very good. That's what's
Loopy?
happening. Yes.
I feel like this is the most coherent we've been.
Enjoy. It's been a long round, an exciting one.
Ron Sanders asks, do the players pay for their own transport and lodging to St. Louis, or are those covered?
No, they are covered.
Exactly. And in an event of this stature, you know, it's, not only is there a nice prize fund, but the players' basic expenses, of course, are covered, and they stay at a very nice hotel that
The Chase Plaza
is lovely.
And by the way, that also, I think, goes for some of their seconds. I mean, a lot of players bring, for example, Kazim is the second of Fabiano here in the tournament, former world champion. Not a bad second, I would say.
Kazimjanov, you mean Rustam Kazimjanov?
Yes, former world champion, yeah, indeed. And you don't see these guys. They're in the hotels preparing for the next game.
Exactly.
We've also got Chess Notes, who says that Eric Hansen has the finger in the pulse of USA chess right now. Red hot instincts.
Red hot instincts. Gotta love that. That was tongue in cheek.
Shout out to Chess Bra.
Yes, red hot.
Loopy, you say?
Loopy.
Well, here we are. We have Peter Svidler, and he's with Maurice Ashley to talk about today's press against Fabi.
Well, breaking news, Peter Svidler no longer has 0 points. He's got a half a point. Definitely was pressing today, trying to make it work, but it seemed like in the end you couldn't get through.
Yeah, I think I missed a very decent opportunity today, somewhere around the position after Queen F5 Bishop B6 is probably the critical position, and I can take one of the 2 pawns, and maybe Knight E5 was stronger than Queen A6, but I thought I figured out what's going on after Queen A6, and I missed some details there and ended up in this endgame, which also gives me some winning chances, but it's hard to win a 4 against 3 on one side. So.
Extremely difficult for sure. It seemed like you wanted to press, spend some time at least.
Sure, but but Fabi, this is not the first game we play which goes somewhat like this. You know, he is a very, very good defender, and but still, the position I got out of the opening, and that wasn't the most ambitious opening I've ever played. But Fabi, I think, misplayed it somewhere around move 15 and landed in a reasonably unpleasant position. So. A bit of a feeling of an opportunity lost, but yeah, it's nice to be off the mark, and that's
Now you get black again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm playing this dude who I've played 11 games against in the past week. So 11 is obviously not enough. Has to be a level dozen.
Right, more against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What are your thoughts about playing him? It wasn't so good when you played a match against him.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting match, but it was a bit one-sided in terms of results, although I had my chances in the classical. I mean, he's extremely strong. He's not really crushing the field as yet here, but with white, he's always very, very dangerous, so we'll have to pay attention.
I know it's been a long game for you, so we'll let you get your rest.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Peter Svidler, 7-time Russian champion, after a tough fight against Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, Peter. Well, again, it was a nice game by Peter, as he said. It's just a little slip here or there, but the window of opportunity for Fabi to escape was very, very narrow. I actually thought that had Peter played your idea, Jen, I liked it a lot. This knight takes E5 opportunity you had shown, and against a desperado like Bishop H3, you would just play Rook C5, keeping the knight on E5 and ready to drop back with your bishop when there's a triplets on the C6 square that Fabi would have to defend against. So a narrow escape for Fabi, and he'll explain it himself.
Well, we're with the former Sinquefield Cup winner, Fabiano Caruana. After a tough game, it looked like you were suffering quite a bit in this position.
Yeah, I thought I was much worse. I was actually surprised how much worse I was. Around, I think that knight f6 is probably not a good move. And around h3, a6, rook c1, I just thought my position is very unpleasant. I couldn't see a single move. And I tried to complicate things, and I think I managed because he made a mistake with queen takes a6. And then it looked complicated, and I had chances to hold. And in the rook ending, I played a few useless moves, got a very dangerous position, and was again lucky to hold.
What's up with 1 second left on your clock?
Yeah, once you're down to a couple seconds, they run fast. No, I mean, at some point I saw that I have 8 seconds, and then suddenly it was 1 second. It was...
I mean, we were in shock.
Yeah.
You got 9 seconds left. The clock's ticking down, as you see here on the monitor. And, I mean, any fumble could cost you everything. I mean, 1 second left. That must have been heart-pounding.
Not really. I didn't
No?
even... It was 1 second that I realized that I had 1 second.
Fabi, you weren't looking at the monitor. Let's run that again, just to show you just how... I mean, you had us on pins and needles on the edge of our chair here. Just go ahead, Tom, if you could run that would be great. There you go. You got 9 seconds, and look how fast it goes.
And the thing is, I'm looking at you, it didn't look like you were looking at the clock until you looked at the clock.
And there you go.
You weren't looking at the clock.
When I saw I had 2 seconds, that's when I...
That's when you moved. Oh, my goodness. Talk about high drama. Meanwhile, Lauren Schrader was already saying, oh, this should be a draw, this should be a draw. And playing bullet outside.
Should be. But I think I was very lucky after the time control that he isn't close to winning. I didn't see anything for him. I guess neither did he. And this ending was pretty nice, I thought, because rook e6, fe6, king g3, rook e2 is a repetition where I win one of his pawns.
Definitely solid. How do you feel 3 rounds now in? You can start to take a measure of your game. Seems little things happening for you right now that is not totally clean.
Yeah, I can't say it was a great game today. Although at some moments I defended the way I had to, but my opening play was pretty bad. I underestimated the danger pretty much.
All right, well, we'll make sure. Well, actually, if you think about it, you have Aronian tomorrow. What are your thoughts about that game?
He seems to be playing well. It'll be. I'm not sure about his game today. I thought he was in very big danger at some point, but it'll be a tough game. All my games against him have been very tough. I don't think we've ever made a quiet draw.
Well, we look forward to you not making a quiet draw tomorrow. I know the fans love seeing excitement, and so get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow, sir. Fabiano Caruana, after a very tough fight.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Fabi. And what 5 draws, but you've got to say they were all eventful ones.
Oh, yeah, we were really excited those first couple hours of the day with knights on e7 and 2 rooks for a piece, and 2 pieces for a rook, and 2 knight dwarfs, and blunder by Topalov that turned out to be a relatively equal, very difficult for a next team to win.
Yes.
So, yeah, really a very exciting day that could have had a lot more blood spilled, but the tension mounts.
Exactly.
And Maurice, your thought on today's action?
Closing thoughts.
Well, they're always rounds or given round. This was round 3 where there have 5 draws, and sometimes you get 5 draws and you say, that was just a dull day. Not today, certainly not. They were very exciting games, very enterprising. The players were going for it, and I think they realize it themselves. Someone is going to have to take the bull by the horns and start to prove, I want to win this tournament. But I don't think it's going to happen even tomorrow. Even if somebody wins, they're still going to be within range of several players because there's so many players at the top. So we have an exciting tournament right now building, and we'll see how long it can last. The tension of anybody could win. We haven't seen any of those. I don't think maybe in any Sinquefield Cup we usually see players break out. Sooner or later, 2 players or so start to make everybody else chase them. So this is an interesting one. Let's hope it continues as the Sinquefield Cup goes into round 4.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yes, who will win? Well, keep in touch with us on Twitter. We'll be taking your calls tomorrow, and we can't wait to see what round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup brings. Join us at 12:50 here in St. Louis, and that's 1:50 on the East Coast.
Bye for now.